Hello, we are live.
Oh, Isabel just.
We are indeed live.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello,
little
hello.
people on the internet. And Isabel will be joining us in just one sec, they said. So once Isabel is here, we will do that. Also, Jan, have you been on anything yet? Have you done any podcasts or anything so far?
No,
And
I
it is your debut.
Yeah. Yes. For the podcast, I don't know when, but I have something planned. I will be doing some junior content for our site for the podcast, so I'm very excited.
Just getting a link for
Hello.
Isabel, so they've got that.
Oh, I can view the chat on our site. Okay.
Oh, there they are. Wonderful.
Oh, hello.
Buongiorno.
How are you doing, Isabel?
Hello. Gosh, why am I always so close up on these things? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. My face is so large. I mean, I do have a big face. Famously, a big face.
You have a lovely face.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's so
I'm
nice
really
to
liking your
see you.
lipstick colour today.
Thank you. It's a bit of Lisa
lovely.
Eldridge, velvet jazz. Not that this is
nice.
YouTube, but I haven't seen you, Rosie, for ages. I think.
Oh, right.
For absolutely ages. And Jan, right? Or
Yes,
would you prefer
yes.
Yannick?
Yeah, I prefer Yannick, yes.
Yannick,
Yannick.
awesome.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't met you at all. Hello in real life.
No. I'm fine, thank you. I'm just chilling before a stressful year at uni, so
Mood.
it's going okay. Yeah.
Amazing. Shall we do some awards?
Let's do that. I'm just going to, forgive me for not looking at the screen. I'm just going to text the group chats and let them know that we're live in case anybody among my lovely little friends wants to join us.
Excellent. And
I'm
what
really
I'm going to do is I'm going to try sharing my screen and my slideshow.
Oh, I forgot there's a slideshow.
There's a slideshow today.
For the slideshow.
So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share a Chrome tab of this. And I'm going to present it because I'm now obsessed with Canva. How is that showing up for people?
Okay, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, the highlighting is very on point.
I don't really
with
understand
Eurovision,
Canva, but I'm aware that it is it's possible to fall very deeply into a little Canva sort of black hole and never escape once you.
I didn't know you can make presentations in Canva. So maybe I will make my presentation for the master's thesis in Canva instead of PowerPoint. Maybe I get some bonus points on the defense.
All right, I'm going to do some introductions. This is also being recorded. Okay, that's like, we're not recording this audioly, but what we're going to do is we're going to rip the audio from it later, and we're also going to be releasing this as a podcast. So hello, if you're listening to this on a podcast as well. I hope you're enjoying our lovely voices, even if you can't see our beautiful slides. If you would like to see our slides, head over to thateurovisionsite.com, where they will be appearing on our articles. And the amazing Tim is behind the scenes tonight, and he's going to be publishing everything as we go.
Sorry, Tim. I feel that's something I always need to do is apologize. I get overexcited. If anybody listened to our last podcast episode, then thank you so much for not just like ditching us. I don't know what I was on. I was high on Eurovision 1980.
I still need to listen to it. I still need to listen to it because I love 1980. It's one of my favorite years as well.
There's a lot going on.
there's some great songs that year, and
Yeah.
I've not actually listened to the podcast episode yet either, but I do have a long train journey coming up soon.
Well, it's
so
maybe not one for like just before bed. I'll say.
okay.
I can only apologize for my my spirited exclamatory state on it. Angus did a wonderful job of trying to mellow me, but it didn't work. Probably not that wonderful a job, really. Angus and Helen are sensible, and I'm not sensible. Let's put it that way.
It's a good mixture of people.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So, welcome everybody to the That Eurovision site Eurovision 2022 Awards, which we have christened the Sound of Awards, because if Eurovision gives you a slogan, you take it and you roll with it. Like I've said, we are going to be creating a podcast out of this as well. But tonight we have received so many votes. We received 898 votes for these awards. And bearing in mind, we're usually hitting about 150 to 200. That's kind of wow. So
wow.
First of all, to everybody who voted. I am going to start this with a disclaimer. There have been some very passionate groups of fans this year, and the awards show this. So how we are doing this, every single vote we believe is legitimate. We believe that this is nothing nefarious going on. This is just some very, very passionate groups of fans. And we are going to include every result as it was legitimately through the voting. What we are going to do as well is we are going to reveal the top 5 for every award, and we're also going to give you the percentage of all of the votes they got. So we're basically going to try and do this as transparently as possible, essentially. There may or may not be things to talk about. There's only so much you can say on some of these songs. So as we go and we give out our awards, we may be focusing more on some of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places rather than some of the 1st and 2nds. But yeah, that's my disclaimer over and done with. Hello, lovely people in the chat. Hello, Angus and Feffy and Tiny Thingy 4.
Oh, hurrah!
Are we ready for the first award?
Oh my goodness! Listen, I'm starting to get flashbacks and cold sweat from grand final night. I'm frightened, Rosie. I'm frightened. Is it going to be okay? Just tell me it's all going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay, I promise.
No zeros.
So we are going to start with the award for Best Song. It's a Eurovision award. It's the Eurovision Song Contest. We award songs. It makes sense we have a Best Song award. And
right in there with the big guns straight off.
Absolutely. Angus says, say we're good to go, Rosie, please. I will, of course, be Martin Osterdahl. We are indeed good to go. The votes have been counted and verified. And here we go. So, because we love chaos, we have a tie for 5th place. And the 5th place tie, with 3.5% of the vote each, is Spaceman by Sam Ryder and Fade to Black by Nadir Islami. In 4th place, with 4.1% of the vote, I am reading these off my tablet, by the way, is Incorpore Sano by Constructor. I can see everyone on this stream is very happy about this, as
love to see that.
In 3rd place, with 9.9% of the vote, is Hold Me Closer by Cornelia Jacobs. And in 2nd place, with 19.9% of the vote, is Give That Wolf a Banana by Subwoofer. Tim, everyone is BT Stravering in the chat.
Except for Tim, oh no, yes, Tim is also, yeah. Oh, I thought that might, yeah. I thought that was Tim expressing delight at Cornelia's placement.
And so our 1st place, with 30.3% of the vote, is River by Ockman.
Oh my God. Oh no. Is this how it's going to go?
This, I'm afraid, is how it's going to go.
So
Yes!
you have a place in UK to
I
emigrate?
just want to shout out to my lovely Danish Croatian friend in the chat there. Mutagen or mute. I'm so glad you're here.
And I want to shout out my friend Luis, who is also in chat, all the way from Mexico.
Yes, thank you, Justin.
I completely agree.
I love Fulan so much.
Is this a chat full of Fulan and Constructor stands? Because I think I found my people.
Those people are my friends. This is an interesting one, isn't it? Because like I can already see from what you've said that, you know, there are obviously some like very passionate big fan groups, and like we saw that River was really popular in the run up, didn't we? Like I don't understand it. It's like in my bottom 5 for the year, but that's, you know, that's not I'm but one person. I'm but one weird little Euro fan.
I can make maybe a bit of the background about Poland this year, because it's very unusual for us to be excited about our entry for Eurovision, especially compared to last year, where we were so disappointed. I think no one from our country enjoyed last year's song and supported Rafał. But this year we finally got something that we were happy about. We got an artist that is very popular in Poland, especially in latest times, because he's the voice winner. His coach was Michał Szpak, our 2016 representative. So he, but from what I know, Szpak didn't support him during the national final because I think he wanted a new team, Eurovision instead. But that's other opinion. I can talk more because I have opinions about it. But when it came to Eurovisions, River we were very stressed about it, because Poland isn't good with stagings, especially in our adult Eurovision. In junior, we are very much better at it, but our adult Eurovision was mostly horrible. But yeah, a lot of people here were very excited about River. I have opinions about the staging. I don't know if I want to talk about it, because when I first saw the snippet, the shaking I enjoyed, but when I saw the whole performance, I just didn't click with me. It was one of my off-growers this season, mainly because of the staging.
Yeah, I think
my Ramdik is down. Sorry.
I think a lot of people were disappointed by the staging. Like even so, you know, I know some people who did love the song, but were like very disappointed by the staging of it, which is. That's always gutting when that happens, isn't it? That's really nice to hear. I just want to back up a little and be like, actually, I support the fact that it's really cool when your country, I mean, I'm French, so I relate to that feeling of like, usually we're not excited about our Eurovision entrance. And this year and last year are the only times in my lifetime that I felt excited for France's entries. Like they're literally only times in my lifetime. I'm a 37-year-old human.
Really?
Yeah, I've literally never been. I'm like not.
That's very because for me, France is probably one of my favorite modern Eurovision countries. So I'm like,
interesting. I like old France at Eurovision a lot better than I like modern France. But my winner this year was France, and my winner last year originally at the time was also France. I mean, since Måneskin has really like, you know, risen to the top for me, but at the time, Voila was my winner. So I get, and I think particularly this year, it was like really refreshing that we got something so different for France. And like, it was really amazing to see France. It's not just me, like French people generally we're pretty like, we're pretty, I don't know, Eurovision. We feel a little embarrassed often of our Eurovision entrance, and at best we feel indifferent. Like we're not super proud of our Eurovision entries in like recent years. If you're French and in the chat and you disagree with me, please tell me. I'd love to like, I'd love to find some French Eurovision fans who really like care passionately about, about it, because like I grew up not ever talking to anybody from France about Eurovision because we all just didn't care, about France in Eurovision. And so this year to see like everybody coming behind, not just getting excited about our entry, but getting excited about a Breton entry that's like so steeped in Breton culture, was just really refreshing. So I can relate to that feeling of being happy that your country is like finally fielding something everybody enjoys and that's popular. So like even if River wasn't for me, that's cool that was the vibe in Poland, because let's face it, last year was a disaster.
We can talk about it. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I just want to comment something I saw in chat, Rory. I had to check if Styczkowska even has music because I don't know if she has any songs. I don't know if she would come back to Eurovision. And Brodka, I have no idea. I have no idea, because our situation with Eurovision is very different from other countries, because artists are not very willing to work with TVP. It's just that simple. Yeah. They don't. Our television is just very different than others countries, so we have to remember that who is willing to represent us must take aside what the television is promoting. So yeah. I want to talk about other entries on the list. I'm sorry that Rosie, that I'm interrupting you because my whole top 2 is in this on this list, so I have to talk about it. Yeah. So my second place, of course, Constructor. I remember on this one. I saw the lyrics, and I sat on my computer and looked at it. And so it was like, I didn't understand the lyrics that much. I thought this was an anti-vax song for the first half an hour. And then I read about Serbians talking about this entry, and I just fell in love with it. The most growing song for me in the whole span of an hour. Just from lower parts to second place during the grand final. So I'm very happy to see Constructor on the list.
That's so interesting. Me and Fefi watched the Serbian. Fefi, hello. Fefi's in the chat. My darling Fefi. We watched. Fefi's a Serbia stan. Like absolutely certified Serbia stan. We watched Pesma together, the national final together. And
it was so good this year.
It was so good, and we just like immediately fell in love with Constructor. Before we even understood what the song was about, we were like, this is compelling. For me, it was just the staging was like so. It was just like sprung from, it's just sprung out of like nowhere as like a fully formed performance art piece to me. Like it's so theatrical, and I don't mean like spectacular. I mean theatrical as in it looks like a piece of theatre of like experimental, like you'd see it on the Olivier stage at the National or something. And then obviously reading the lyrics, it was like, oh, there are layers to this.
Like an ogre.
I'm really happy to see that did so well. I'm really surprised that that Spain didn't get any recognition in Best Song. I'm surprised that it didn't get recognition in Best Song. I mean, they're in my top 10, but a top 5 even maybe. No, but EVD isn't quite top 5 for me, but it was they're both in my top 10. But like more to the point, I'm surprised that our readers didn't put them in the top 10, because like they just seemed like, they seemed like they really grabbed people this year as well. Obviously they did really well final, didn't they?
I have opinions about Brividi, but we are not talking about Brividi. We're talking about
not yet. Maybe we'll talk about Brividi in a bit.
I have to say, I do think that when I looked at the results for this, I think every single song got at least 1 vote.
That's so cool.
That's amazing.
One vote out of 800 is like that's
yeah.
Which song got 1 vote out? Well, no, we don't need to do this. I think we can guess.
Okay. So I can continue with my rounding if I can, because I am very excited that Cornelia is on the list. My first place since she won. This was love at first sight for me, and I'm very, very excited to see the recognition for her. I could talk more, but I already talked a lot, so I'm...
Sorry, just responding to the chat. Fefi says Spain is top 5 for me. Me too. Me too. Spain is top 5 for
It's my 6th, I think.
Okay.
The live performance was just amazing.
Chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we take a segue? I mean, this is a very backward segue back from our constructor discussion to our next category.
Let's do
it. I
it.
think some of the discussion might fit very nicely. So we are going to the category for Most Improved Song. So Most Improved Song is the category where we vote for the song that rose in our estimations from when we first heard it at a national final or when it was first released to when we saw it on the Eurovision stage. So with that in mind, in 5th place for this category was Yamame by Ursh.
Yes! I'm so glad. It wasn't my winner, but
I've been an Ursh stan for 2 years now. I am so happy.
I have to admit, this song was such a huge grower for me. So yeah, I can see it. He got 3.6% of the vote, by the way. And with 3.7% of the vote, in 4th place is Incorpore Sano by Constructor. In 3rd place, with 4.7% of the vote, is That's Rich by Brooke. And 2nd place goes to Give That Wolf a Banana by Subwoofer, and 1st place goes to River by Ockman. And I will actually put the screen up this time.
Okay,
there we go.
I'm starting to see how some of these votes might not make perfect sense.
Yeah.
Given what we've just said, we've just been on a massive ramble, haven't we? Well, you know, not ramble. Yannick's been quite clear about, you know, the staging, not necessary. Like, I'd say like River like went down in my estimation from national final to, it wasn't the only one. There were other songs that went down in my estimation. Albania being an example, but that's not the award. The award isn't for most worsened. The award is for most improved. I'm glad to see Yamame on there. I'm really surprised not to see well, the thing is, it's tough, isn't it? Because actually Moldova, I saw someone saying, I'm thinking Moldova is going to be somewhere on there, Venushka. The thing is with Moldova is that they started so strong with that music video release. And in a way, it was like, how could they top the music video? I thought it was impossible. Beautiful. That's why I didn't see them doing as well as they did. In the, you know, in the live performances, because I just didn't see how they could top the absolute epic brilliance of the music video. And I don't think they did top it, but they brought a really good live performance that kind of captured the energy. So most improved, I'm surprised to see Subwoofer on there. I'm surprised to see Constructor on there, because actually, as Fefi actually mentioned in the chat, Constructor's stage show didn't waver. I'd say it's the most consistent across the board. I'd say that actually Serbia gave the most consistently quality performance. Like whether it was your fave or not, I think that of all the songs, it was the one that was the most consistent in quality. Like they tweaked things, they adapted it really well to the live shows. I thought I liked that they added the subtitles for the for the finals. But I thought it was like already perfectly formed at the beginning. And I sort of think the same for Subwoofer. Like I think they adapted it well for the stage in Turin, but I think it was already at the almost the highest level it could be at the national final, which Norway's national final this year was so strong in my opinion. So the fact that Subwoofer it was like, to me, I can't see how any other act could have really won, even though actually about half a dozen of the acts in Norway's national final this year I would have been really happy to see win. I just don't understand how you could have topped Subwoofer. That's my personal opinion. So yeah, I'm surprised to see I'm surprised that those songs, well, I'm surprised that no, they did make the best song, didn't they? They both did get a lot of votes and came in the top 5 for the best song award as well, but I wouldn't call them the most improved.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, Yama makes sense. Brooke really makes sense to see, like, staging so much better, like 1,000 times better. I think
that's
Stripper
Irish
would have been on there. San
stuff.
Marino was purely because, like, you know, the first, you know, the first edition of Stripper was like a school hall performance, so kind of hemmed in by the fact that Una Voce, you know, per San Marino didn't really have the biggest budget. Like, talk about amping it up. Like, it was obviously my Una Voce winner. I'm a Stripper stan. I'm a Lauro stan. But I think that like I enjoyed the Una Voce performance, but the staging, they basically just went, let's just throw everything at this for the staging, and yet it didn't feel like too much for me. I thought the staging for San Marino this year was perfect. It was everything it ought to be for that song and that artist. So I'd say that was one of the most improved. There are others. What else? There's like, I can't even remember what I voted for. What did I vote for in this?
Spain, I don't think Spain is a good example, because the staging, I thought it was ready also. Of course they made improvements, but I think the staging itself was ready from the start. But the song was changed, yeah, I agree. But the whole performance felt ready from first performance on Benidorm. I agree that Subwoofer was ready first performance on MGP. With San Marino, I have opinions that I didn't like the performance, but I will not elaborate. Just say that I did not enjoy the performance.
One?
Angus is talking about Germany, but I felt the German staging this year was very similar to the NF version, I feel like. So I
didn't watch the national final, I'm not gonna lie.
I think it was more atmospheric than the national final. I think the national final was I think they did a really good job of bringing a much stronger atmosphere to the Eurovision stage. And I think Malik had a very clear idea of what he wanted to create, because I think his staging pulled from a very particular memory that he has. And I think we got that, kind of having heard him explain that, I think I got that really clearly from the staging. Though I get that if you've not necessarily listened to every interview he's ever given, then you might not necessarily pick up on that aspect of things. But it is definitely an improvement from the Germany 12 points.
I just want to shout out that Vanushka, I completely agree. I thought the televote would eat Stripper up, and I was stunned that it didn't. Like, that was a real like, I lost faith.
It's the same.
I lost a bit of faith in humanity.
It's the same as Latvia. The same as Latvia.
Well, to me, not the same as last year. I mean, I agree.
No, I mean Latvia this year.
I thought last year San Marino would do much better, but I mean, they made it to the grand finals. I thought this year's, like, my bet was literally on Stripper doing San Marino doing better than Italy for the first time. Like, I was like, San Marino's going to get its best result ever. It's going to do better than the host. It's going to just absolutely eat it. I was like, I was on the train. I was on the Lauro train, and obviously how wrong I was. I just want to shout out Mute saying guilty pleasure, should have kept the one dancer. Yeah, guilty pleasure for me is so Croatia for me was among the like most worsened, as in it got worse from the national final to the live. I thought the choreography was a mess. Like, I just really disliked it. Felt very perfunctory. She's such a lovely performer, I think, in my opinion. I think the song is really strong. I know that not everybody agrees with that, but I thought that Guilty Pleasure was actually a really, really strong song. And to me, the dancers ruined it. It's interesting. It sort of felt like a return to sort of, it felt like noughties, like late noughties, early teens Eurovision, like that thing of like, let's just chuck some dancers at it, but like not good. It wasn't well done to me. I'm just remembering the song that I voted for. I think it was actually was I think I voted for Azerbaijan actually in this category.
Interesting.
Which is interesting because it's like it's not as obvious to vote for a song that didn't have a national final performance to compare it to, because you know, like, what are we comparing it to then? Like, what, the first time I heard it, or the music video? Like, what is it that we're comparing to? I actually have a real soft spot for the music video for Fade to Black, because it's so ridiculous. Like, it's so dramatic. And I mean, at first, I hated the song, thought that, you know, Nadia was just doing the most. He is doing the most. He's literally the most dramatic. I like had almost no time for it, but I like almost hated it so much I loved it. And like over time, I've come to like actually non-ironically quite like the song. And I actually rewatching the shows just the last week or so, I realized how much like I always liked the staging. I know a lot of people thought that it was, you know, maybe too much, or like didn't really match the song, or like was a little bit, I don't know. I know it didn't connect with everybody, but I really enjoyed Azerbaijan staging this year. I thought it again was theatrical in kind of a really polished way that it wasn't directly, I don't know, it was just sort of expressionistic enough for me. It wasn't like connected from the song. They managed to make it connect to the vocals. And his vocal live is just, I mean, it's undeniably brilliant, isn't it? It's just so it's that staging and that live performance, those live performances of Fade to Black really grew on me, and now I have a massive soft spot for it. So I think I don't remember for sure, but I think I ended up voting Azerbaijan for this category. Nadia was my favorite sad lad with pipes. Fefi. He's like the most dramatic sad lad with pipes, I think, possibly ever.
I just want to
I'm sorry that I'm talking again, but I want to just shout out Urs, because I have been watching his. I've been a fan of him for 2 years now. Since he debuted as a singer, so when he was shortlisted for the NF, I was so happy, because I remember him talking about wanting to do Eurovision. So I'm very happy that he got some recognition, and he's very popular in Spain now. So that's a win for him.
Yeah. Which is his dream, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, he grew up with Spanish culture kind of via telenovelas. Like the telenovelas, he says, taught him Spanish. That was a grower for me, because when I first heard it, and it was the national final performance I first watched it, I was like, what is this absolute nonsense? Rosie knows I have a bit of a pet peeve about nonsense Spanish in Eurovision, like, you know, like the addition of Spanish lyrics to just like add some spice, add some party to like completely nonsensical. The thing is though, I have to shout out Fefi, because it was Fefi who like watched it and was like, no, I think this is great though, actually. Fefi is Chilean, so Fefi is a native Spanish speaker, right? So again, we share the pet peeve of nonsense Spanish at Eurovision, but it was kind of it was Fefi kind of like swung me around a little bit on it. And I have to say, my Romanian housemate, who I shared her fave was Moldova. She was like, I like the witty train guys. I think they're very sweet and witty and clever. But she did kind of give me a context for Llámame, which was that musically it reminded her of the Manele style, which is like, it's like the folk music style crossed with a kind of poppy dance style, from what I understand. I could be really misremembering, but that's what apparently it's like very popular in Romania, that style of music, the kind of mash up between folk and a certain kind of folk and pop. And once she pointed that out, I was like, oh yeah, I'm hearing all the folk in it. And then Urs himself started talking, you know, in the interviews would talk about how his parents were folk dancers, and so for him, like, folk music and folk dance is like such an integral part of his sort of you know, the kind of the repertory of influences he draws from. And then Seffi was like, I think it's so bad it's good. I think it's like actually unironically good, because it's like so it's, and we kind of spent hours in the end just like poring over the details of it, because at first so I will say the national final performance of Yamame, to us, felt a lot like maybe like 6 or 7 besties got together. They all had some different visions, you know, each of them had their own vision. They were like, I'm gonna put some rumba in here, and the other one was like, I think it's really about gay liberation, let's like make it really emotionally intense. And the other was like, dance, yamame, let's just, you know, go for the chorus. And nobody really edited. Like, it felt a little bit like just like a mess. But like, when I say a hot mess, I mean that like
a hot mess, yes,
like just the hottest mess. But like, what a joyful hot mess. By the time it got to the shows, though, the live shows, the Eurovision shows, it was just, I think, great. And oddly enough, I don't think that much changed. It's just the stuff that did change, it did grow in confidence. I think the costuming got better. Like, I think the stuff that it just got tighter, it just tightened.
Yeah, absolutely.
It ended up being perfect to me. Like, and I was like laughing at the nonsense Spanish before, and obviously the nonsense Spanish has like gone viral, and I support it fully. There is some nonsense Spanish I support. The occasional little bit of Spanish by a non-native Spanish speaker, it can work. I think Yamame is like a really good example of that now. My other key example being Loco Loco, Serbia's last year, which actually like Serbian to Spanish, let's go Loco Loco, like should be so cringy, should be like absolutely not okay, but I support it so fully. I just love it a lot.
It just works because Balkan pop is very much, for me, I see Balkan pop as very influential from the Spanish, but because for the sounds when you listen to other artists that are specialized in the Balkan pop scene.
I see Luis is a Mexican. Yes,
it's my friend.
Luis says agree as a Mexican. I don't know what specifically you're agreeing with, but I'm glad you're agreeing. I'd love to know.
Has the nonsense Spanish in random songs from Eurovision NFs. Yeah, there's one in MGP this year. He was very passionate about how much he doesn't like it. So I appreciate him saying that from the point of view of a Spanish speaker.
That's cool.
I think we can move on.
Hola mi bebe creeps into your mind and never leaves. There were a lot of things that do that, I feel like, in this year's contest. Like, I agree, Hola mi bebe is on like the next level, but like I was telling our group chat that I've been waking up like just this last week. It's weird how some things are slow burners. I've been waking up the last week at like 4 a.m. with like just, you know, the chorus of Fade to Black in my head. Like, that's not even catchy, but it's just somehow like I woke up in the night and it's Nadia's just like soaring vocals like just pounding through my head. Like, what? Where have you?
It's your 4 a.m. demon.
4 a.m. drama.
Yeah.
Seffi said Nadia is the epitome of am I the drama? The music video specifically is very am I the drama? Well, I'm still disappointed that he didn't take a dive into the, I mean, I know that it's not allowed. I know that interaction with the water features are no longer allowed at Eurovision, but I'm still like, literally the music video has him like super dramatically just like falling backwards into the lake, you know, like what a shame. We had this glorious water feature and we had all the drama. He even went up some steps, you know, like could have just taken a little dive off them, would have been so fun. And obviously initially when I said that, I was like, take a dive off into the water feature, that would improve the song. And now I'm like, that would improve the song.
Shall we get a third category underway?
Do it.
Let's
so we are moving on to the most surprising results. So this is a category that can be interpreted in sort of songs that did better than you expected, songs that did worse than you expected. And in our results, we've got a little bit of a mixture of all of those. So In 5th place with 3.6%, it is a 3, is that a 3 or a 5? That's a 5. Okay, I can read. 5.6%, it's Spaceman by Sam Ryder. In 4th place with 6.3% is Fulen by Alvan and Ahez. In 3rd place with 9.9% is Trenielecul by Zdob Shizdub and the Advahov brothers. And in 2nd place with 13.3%, it's Subwoofer with Give That Wolf a Banana. And with 26.7% in 1st place, it's River by Ochman. And let me...
It's Ochman, yeah.
Why is that surprising? Why is it surprising? Subwoofer and Ochman fans in the chat. Show yourselves. Tell us.
I can talk about Ochman's result, but I think I will be here for another 5 hours. But yeah, people were very what's the word? They were expecting more from the results for Poland.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Him to do better. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because Angus reflects sort of a similar thing, but with Give That Wolf a Banana. Angus in the chat is saying that he was surprised to see Give That Wolf a Banana in the top 10. I would have been absolutely astonished if Give That Wolf a Banana hadn't made the top 10. The fact that it only came 10th was the surprise to me. But I'm not that surprised because there were so many strong songs this year. Because when I first watched the national final performance of Give That Wolf a Banana, I thought it would win, or that it would be like top 3, top 5, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it had won, to be honest. To see it in the top 10 was like, that was my prediction. I predicted it would be in the top 10, and it sure was in the top 10. I want to just take a moment to like toot my own psychic horn, because I wasn't remotely surprised by Sam Ryder. I understand why in the UK coming, God, I almost said England there, please forgive me. I live in England. The UK is larger than England, okay? I'm just so sorry, cancel me. That is a cancelable offense. I was surprised. I understand why people were surprised that the UK did as well as it did. I wasn't surprised. Like, by the time, and I think it's just related to following it so closely, and perhaps having an outside perspective, because I know a lot of people from the UK were like, no, we don't want to get too excited about having a song that seems to be popular, an artist who seems to be popular. My opinion, my feelings are a bit, much cooler towards the UK. So the fact that I was like, obviously it's going to do very well. Kind of the UK is one of my least favorite Eurovision countries. It's possibly my least favorite Eurovision country, and I'm on a team like full of like, people, Brits, or people who are settled in the UK. So
we hate ourselves too.
I'm aware that there was a lot of like tension, tense emotions. Like, I know that lots of you loved Spaceman, and lots of you were like, I don't want to get too excited about it, because whenever we kind of get our hopes up, they often get smashed, like mine did this year with Fulen and France. But what am I getting at? Oh my God, my brain. Why is my brain like this? Oh yeah, so I actually predicted that the UK would come. What I said, I predicted that the UK would come either first or second with the juries. In fact, I literally predicted all of the jury votes. I predicted the top 2 or 3 for like all of the shows with the juries and the televoters. I predicted, which is wild, because I didn't see France's Crash and Burn coming. I didn't see San Marino's Crash and Burn coming, but I did accurately predict that that the UK would. I think I literally predicted it would come second or third. I thought that Sweden, and the UK would be, and Spain would be up there basically, with the juries and the televoters variously. I can't remember specifically my own predictions, but it was not a surprise to me to see Sam. It was a pleasure, and I guess in the bigger picture it was a surprise. Like, the fact of the UK coming second, that is a surprise. Yeah, so absolutely. I understand why that's yes, that does have a place in this ranking, in this award for me. And similarly, I wasn't surprised that Trenulețul did as well as it. No, I was surprised it did as well as it did, but I wasn't surprised that it did so well with the televote. Like I expected it to do that well with the televote. I guess what I didn't expect was that Ukraine would eat so much of the televote that then like a lot of other countries wouldn't do better. So I expected Moldova to do as well as it did. I just didn't expect that to land it in the place it landed, if that makes sense.
I agree. Yeah, I just want to say that I have a similar story than you, because I predicted the countries that were going to end in top 5 in the grand final, but I had a different
order.
A different order. Yeah, I said 5th Serbia, Ukraine 4th, and then top 3 I said Spain, UK, Sweden. So I was
really
close, but
to my prediction. Yeah, I didn't think Ukraine would win. I thought it would come like exactly like top 5, maybe 4th or 5th. Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
Shall we move on to a category?
Serbia in this list, by the way. I am surprised. I didn't like. I know that, Rosie, we talked about during some of our conversations during the season, we talked about how it could kind of go either way with Serbia.
Definitely.
With the juries particularly. I think I always knew, and I think we all always knew that it would do very well with the televote, or a certain portion of televoters would absolutely like vote for it very hard.
Absolutely.
We didn't know how it would play with the juries. We just really had no idea whether they would, whether it would be too risque, they don't tend to go for stuff that's avant-garde, and it is avant-garde. So part of me was not at all surprised to see it where it landed in the end, but I think if it had landed in the bottom 5, I would have been very outraged, but I think I also wouldn't have been surprised. So that's a bit of an odd one, where it was just a bit of a wild card. I didn't know where it would go.
I just remember that moment when Serbia got their televote points and they suddenly went right to the top of the leaderboard, and I was just like, oh my God, people really took to this. And I was just delighted by it, honestly, because I was really worried about how something that felt so culturally specific could translate to an audience outside of its sort of cultural context. And clearly it did it incredibly well, and I'm just delighted by that.
It just goes to show, I think, that, there's always so many elements in the mix, but if you really commit to your concept, then, and obviously it doesn't always work, I think no one can accuse Lauro of not committing to his concept, but apparently we're all Puritans on this continent now. I think that the commitment to the concept, the staging, the fact that it was very atmospheric, really captured a vibe, very polished. And also the fact that the message of the song did manage to, because Pesma, there was enough time between Pesma and the and Eurovision itself, there was enough time for people to kind of, like, I feel like the message of the song was talked about a lot on socials. So obviously a lot of Eurovision viewers are not, super on Twitter and Reddit and all of that, but a lot, I'm sure, are. And for those who weren't, I imagine that the subtitles really helped.
Yeah, definitely.
Subtitles really helped. But yeah, it's interesting that you, like you say, it's very culturally specific. At the same time, it's not. It's universal, right? Like anxiety about. Oh, hello, Emily has joined the chat.
Hello.
I'm so glad to see you, friend.
Hello, Emily.
What you thought Serbia will do?
And Serbia, but I think that the anxiety about kind of the themes of the song are universal themes, even if the lyrics are very specific.
Yeah, I would just want to say that what we thought Serbia will be, some people said that the message won't be viewed, won't be understood. I think that's what happened with France this year, unfortunately. Yeah,
I agree.
As much as I don't like the result at all.
Yeah, I Fulen being in 4th place here, yeah, that was a surprising result to me. I'm glad that the readership also agrees. I mean, I know that some of my friends in the chat here did vote, and I know that they would probably put Fulen in there. Like, I imagine, like, I can guess that there were a couple of people here that I know that also voted. This was it the thing I voted for? It's possible. I think that I think
I voted for France.
I think
it
that
was very much
well.
yeah, I voted for France.
Did you? Yeah. Yeah.
Shall we move on to a category where we're going to get a different 2nd and 1st place?
Yes, please.
We are moving on to best non-qualifier.
I'm very nervous, anxious.
This is going to be an interesting category.
Excited about this one.
So, in 5th place with 8% is Secret by Ranella. In 4th place with 8.8% is Disco by LPS. In 3rd place with 10.7%, it's Halo by Lumix and Pia Maria. In 2nd place with 13.8%, it's That's Rich by Brooke. And in 1st place with 18.6%, so you can see how close the votes are in this category compared to some of the others, it's Eat Your Salad by C.T. Zenny. There you go.
Okay. Some of these I see, some of these I don't. It's nice to see, I guess, That's Rich and Eat Your Salad getting some recognition there. I think that, you know, that tracks with, I mean, I'm particularly pleased to see Eat Your Salad there, actually, because within one specific friendship group of mine, it was the favorite to win. Like, they wanted it to, I mean, not that they necessarily thought it would win, but like one of my friendship groups, like, this was the song. This was it. Like, I was like feeling very, you know, out of place for actually initially not particularly liking this. Because they were like, this is the one. It grew on me eventually, and actually, to be honest, once it's its own thing. But like, I've said it before, I've never wanted to hate fucking entire bands so much. Like, the smugness is off the charts. It's so, but the lyrics are so good. They're so tight and so clever, and they make sense. You know, listen, we're at that place in the timeline where like lyrics that make sense are a turn on, because there are so many lyrics that make no sense. So look, I ended up being a real supporter of Latvia this year in the end. Wasn't in my top 10 or anything, but I know for a lot of people that I know it was, but I also saw it being really underrated by like I know it became a meme, you know, but that's not always a guarantee of people really liking. That's not always an indication of people really liking the song, nor is it a guarantee of it doing well. And so I'm quite glad in a way to see it up there taking 1st place as best non-qualifier, because what that tells me is that actually, you know, 18% of 800 and something people did really like it, you know, more than really liked it, probably loved it. I feel like I understand. Do you know, I remember saying that if Brooke doesn't qualify, like, I don't know what Ireland is supposed to do to qualify, quite frankly. But the thing is that actually I don't like the song. Like, I think the song, I don't think that's why it didn't qualify. For me, the lyrics are like really not great to the song. Like, I have a lot of problems with the lyrics. And I think it's just that when I saw the staging and her performance of it, I was like, oh God, she's selling the shit out of this. This is, you know, this is going to do it's actually going to do pretty well. At least in the semis, I thought it would do well, and then, you know, went ahead and didn't qualify. I thought that Austria did not deserve to qualify, so I don't know what that's doing there, quite frankly. Like, again, the song, absolutely fine, you know, quite enjoyed the song. It does great. It's the opposite of a grower to me. Like, at first I quite liked it, and then the more I listened to it, the more it gave me a migraine. The performance is atrocious, like, a really, really not a good performance, in my humble opinion. I don't understand why people like disco. Sorry, Angus is in the chat.
Angus knows what's up.
Sorry, Yannick. To me, but the thing is, it has a lot of elements that I dislike in music. So just musically, it was always going to be a no-go for me. It's quite nice to see it here, I guess, because the people that I know that love disco really love it. And obviously it was really underrated, really not rated at all by the voters and the juries.
By both, yeah.
That's it.
It did finish last.
Did it finish last? Oh God, see that
disco finished last the whole year.
It wasn't the worst,
Not by a long way.
Well, I mean, it's like in my bottom 5, but that's just musical taste. Like in terms of what they could have done with the song, it's like, it's fine. I think 5th place in this lineup is exactly where Secret should be. To me, it's talk about songs that got worse from the national finals to the Eurovision shows. I loved the original version of Secret. I thought that when she brought a little bit of English into it, which was the change from, so during the national finals, at the final of the Albanian national finals, she brought in the English chorus. I think that's correct, because originally there's no English chorus in it. I thought that was clever. I didn't like it, but I thought it was clever and it made sense, and I didn't think it took away from the song. The more that she added to it that wasn't in Albanian, the worse the lyrics got, and the more I couldn't take the song seriously, I guess. I think the song got less good in quality, but the thing that really killed it was obviously the staging. The original staging in the national final obviously had like 720 people on the stage, which I'll never understand quite why that happened. And every other act at final had a normal number of people on the stage, and then they were just like, Ranella, you can have 65,000 dancers. But it didn't need 65,000 dancers. Like I said at the time, she'll be able to recreate, because I remember people saying oh, how's she going to recreate that? I said at the time, she'll recreate it just fine. I remember saying I'd quite like to see some of the instruments on, well, at least an instrument on the stage, but I don't expect to. I expect that what we'll get is Ranella and 6 dancers. And 5 dancers. Wow. Yeah, I do know the Eurovision rules, I promise. And indeed, we got Ranella and 5 dancers, but I didn't see why that would change the choreo. The national final choreo would have worked just as well with the 6 performers on the stage rather than 18 million on the stage. And actually, there are elements of that final staging that I really loved that weren't in the national final staging, namely the bisexual moment. I love how this song, which is written explicitly about a boy from the mountains, actually in its staging at the Eurovision semi-final, it's interesting. She was addressing it entirely to this one female dancer. She embodied the love interest. I love a bit of gender fucking. Great. And the chemistry between them was gorgeous, and they did do a beautiful job of the kind of the group moments where they were all kind of shoulder to shoulder doing the same choreography. It's just interesting, isn't it? She obviously wasn't happy with it. She kept fiddling with her hair. I think the costuming really let them down. It's incredible how a small thing, she didn't get to wear the thing that she was originally planning to wear, and that can really mess you up as a performer. And I think that her specific costume, everybody else, all the dancers look great, but the costume they put Ranella in the end, I think was atrocious, the worst possible choice. And I mean, did the costume fuck her up? I don't think so. I think it was probably a combination of things. I think that what fucked her up was that she didn't get the staging that she had envisaged, costuming and dancing, maybe as a package, but also she lost confidence. And I wonder whether that was just a psychological element of suddenly not being a big fish in a small pond. It was interesting watching her she seems to have had a good time at Eurovision, but she became less visible than she was at the national finals, which is understandable. But we saw people like Urs and Chanel like really kind of, I don't know, like inhabiting their surroundings with such confidence that it was interesting. It was like she almost disappeared a little bit. All of that to say that to me, it's not the best non-qualifier because the song, I think, didn't deserve to qualify in the end. Or if it did deserve, it deserved to qualify, but like only just. Like I know that it was an upset that it didn't qualify. So I understand why it's on this list. But I think in its final form, as we saw it at the semi-final, I think the correct probably, to me, only just deserved to qualify. And it obviously didn't, you know, so it's like, I can't call it the best non-qualifier. The fact that Stripper is not on this list is an abomination. That
I was just about to come to that. It may give you some comfort that it did come 6th. It got 7.3%. I've just gone and looked it up.
Okay, with like 3%, did you say?
7.3%.
Okay, that's not bad.
So it's
You're
missed
right.
out by, if I can find the exact numbers of votes. So Albania got 72 votes and Stripper got 66.
66 at the 65 other people who voted for Stripper. Thank you. I just want to thank you personally. That to me was the shock of the season, with Stripper not qualifying. Actually.
It really interests me actually that 4 out of these 5 are from semi 1.
Yeah.
Only one from semi 2 that's made it in this list is Brooke.
And I actually thought semi 2 was stronger. And was the Sad Lad semi, right? So like
it was full of sad boys,
because obviously all the sad boy, like, listen, maybe all our readers really fucking love a sad lad, but like to me, we only needed one sad lad, and that sad lad was Nadir. I'm so sorry, Yannick. To me, the only sad lad we needed was Nadir, and at the time, I would have said not Nadir either. You know, fuck all the sad lads, not like that, not in a fun way.
We are not on the Aesthetic Excellence Award yet. That's later in the night.
Yeah. Before we move on, I just want to throw my opinions here. So I'm gonna start with Ornella, since we were just talking about Ornella. I thought Ornella would qualify since the revamp dropped. I thought the revamp just killed the song for me. What we saw in National Fan, I didn't see it qualifying compared to the rest of the songs. I can't talk about Disco without putting my opinion, because I love this song. I love this song. I remember when this one, I was disappointed because I was big on Luma. It was one of my favorite songs from the National Final season, but Disco just did something to me, and I absolutely love Disco. Halo, I was a Halo clown since this song dropped. When she first ever performed this song live, I was sitting here and I was thinking, she's gonna do a Blanche at Eurovision, right? She's gonna do a Belgium 2017, right? And then she didn't qualify, and my dreams just crashed. I'm happy to see Brooke. I think the Eurovision fandom loves Brooke so much. I'm happy that she's getting the recognition she deserved, because she didn't get any support from the Irish broadcaster that much, especially looking at the national final. But yeah, I'm happy that she had so much fun, and that the Eurofan fandom just absolutely loved her. And it was I agree that it was one of the most. I was surprised that this song didn't qualify because of how much viral the song was. Like TikTok ate it, Twitter ate it, YouTube also ate it, but I'm just surprised that it did so poorly with the televotes and got more points from the juries than the televotes. That for me was very surprising. I thought the staging was brilliant for Icho Salad. It was very fitting, the song. And Isabel, you talked about Halo staging. I thought this staging was very great. It's just her vocals just destroyed it.
I think it was the vocals that wrecked its chances of qualifying, not the staging. But like, I thought the staging was it hemmed them completely in. Like it was just I think it was a bad choice. I think it just cut them off completely. And I agree with Venushka completely. Halo is great, but it's very much a studio track. Okay, I don't agree with Venushka completely. I think Halo is fine and it's a studio track. Definitely. And, you know what isn't in here that I'm not surprised it didn't make the list, but for me was a very improved song for me. And actually maybe it didn't make the list because I'm alone in this. I got nothing from Czechia's original like kind of performances, but by the time that they got to the semis, I was like, this is great.
Yes. I love Fights
It didn't need much, but they just killed it. That's less about the staging and more about the performance, I think. Like her vocals, like watching her vocals live was just spine-tingling. She's such a strong vocalist. But just watching them all, it was just which is interesting because Venushka, actually you made me think of it, because you would think, or I would think, that Lights Off would be a studio track, not a live performance track, but turns out no, it brings the party. The second I saw it, obviously closing its semi-final, I called it. I said, this is gonna was that right? I was like, this is going to open.
It's closed, yeah.
They're going to put this opening the grand final, because what a party. I will say about Brooke, I wonder if it didn't play so well with the televoters because the actual pop style is a little dated. Like, as in that particular style of pop feels, maybe dated is a strong word, but I think it doesn't feel fresh.
Yeah,
maybe. And also, and this is something Mute's no longer here. So I'm not addressing him directly, but something that Mute just in our group chats, as like had mentioned before, was that this kind of style, and I mean he's not alone actually, it's Mute that made me remember it, the style of song which is liberated girl kind of insultingly telling a guy that she's over him. There's something about that feels like it's overplayed, and I think that it's not inherently a bad concept. For me, what gets under my skin is when it starts being about like actually like calling people like ableist slurs. I mean, I am not a fan of like of the lyrics of Brooke's song, that I've been pretty vocal about that. Other elements of it I enjoy. I don't think that other people necessarily agree with me in their droves, but I think that what other people might pick up more is, we've seen this before. This is Je me casse. This is Toy. It's the same thing. And people fucking hated Toy. I mean, obviously a lot of people loved it, but a lot of people hated it. And so if we're sick of that, we don't want to see it again. I say we as a general like I say, I don't think it's inherently, I think there are some really delightful elements of this song, of Brooke's song, of Ireland's interpretation of it this year, but I understand from observing other people's opinions that there's a general sense that this genre of track is kind of tired. I don't know. It's just an interesting thing to watch. I wonder whether we'll see another version of this next year again, because we've seen one every year since Toy, haven't we?
Yeah.
I want to say that I was really upset that Andromache didn't qualify. That was.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to go to say. I have two songs that we didn't talk about in the best Non-Qualifier list that I want to talk. Of course, Andromache. I thought the song was amazing, especially the studio version, but the live performance just it did what it did. But I want Greece and Cyprus to come back to this kind of sound, because it was just amazing. Yeah, I wrote an article about her, but Evangelia, one of the most popular Greek artists right now, tried to represent Greece and Cyprus this year, and she has that sound. She sings mostly English, but this Greek sound is in her music, and I am so in love with her. And I want her to see this next year. And the other song I want to just mention, because I am obsessed with the song, is Denmark. I love Ready and the show. I was so happy when this one. I am so happy. I was so happy. So I don't care about the doing fight. I'm just really happy that this song got some recognition. My rant is over.
I was going to say, I agree, Vanushka, that the staging concept looked gorgeous from the first picks. We got to see the first rehearsals. It was beautiful in rehearsal. Something happened on the night. There's some weird stuff going on with the timing, and that's the main issue for me, really. I wonder, but I don't think that was what made it not qualify. I think that weirdly, the staging concept really resonated. Cyprus's staging concept really resonated with me, like the mermaid and the whole thing. Like, talk about capturing the vibe of the music video, but doing it completely differently on stage. The soft femme energy of that song, I thought they captured so gorgeously with the staging concept. I understand that vocally it wasn't perfect on the night. It was much strong. I think it was much stronger in rehearsal than it was on the actual performance, the semi-final performance night. Yeah, it was weird. Something happened. She looked nervous, and I don't know if it was a choice, a conscious decision for her to sort of syncopate some of the lyrics, or whether it was that she literally was having trouble hearing her backing track or whatever, because the timing was weird. And it's possible that the audience picked up on the nervousness. And I mean, the jury didn't vote on the semi-final performance. The jury voted on, on the jury show. So that doesn't account for why it didn't do as well as, I expected it to. I think just for some reason, it didn't connect with a lot of people as a live performance. And it's hard for me to understand why, and it's hard for me not to kind of jump to thinking, oh, it's very Southeastern Mediterranean. And I'm Persian, for me, that's exactly what I've been like gunning for Cyprus to do, is to bring back that kind of sound, like Eastern Mediterranean instrumentation, and I don't expect that to necessarily play well with a Western European audience or a Northwestern European audience, which of course accounts for a lot of the audience. So to me, it was one of the best non-qualifiers.
And I agree with Louise. I want to mention that it was very static for a song like that, and the dancers didn't help. The dancers were awful.
What, the Cypriot dance?
The dancers. I know. I will talk about Ella. The dancers with Andromachi in the show. They were moving.
I disagree.
The dancers were not.
I thought they were fine. What's your problem?
One of the dancers didn't remember her choreo. She had to look at the other one to mimic her. Yeah.
I missed that. I was so mesmerized by my mermaid queen, clearly. I was blinded by her.
I thought it was during the rehearsals. I remember it was either on the night or from the clip that it was released. That dancer was looking at the other one, mimicking
That's
her
really
moves.
funny. Listen, it happens to the best of us. I just want to shout out Fefi saying, yeah, as much as I love the hot girl doing the most, TM, I was pleased to see Cyprus do something different. Fefi coined the phrase hot girl doing the most. If you ever hear me referring to a hot girl doing the most, that's Fefi's coinage. Credit where it's due. Cyprus obviously has been sending hot girls doing the most, ever since it did so well for them, in 2018.
5 years.
I mean, this year they sent a hot mermaid doing kind of a medium amount. And it didn't work for them. So I'm gutted, because I fully expect now to see Cyprus send, I don't know, maybe they'll send a guy. You know what? Maybe they'll send a fuckboy next year. That's what I'm expecting. For Cyprus to go back to fuckboy era. Oh shit, maybe they'll just. But the thing is, the fandom has been quite vocal about being like, we've seen enough hot girls doing the most from Cyprus so many times. We can't do it anymore.
Hot mermaid
toning it down. Yeah, Fefi, that's exactly what it was. A hot mermaid toning it down. And I was here for that, but clearly the people were not here for that.
The vibes of Ella were immaculate. Even if the performance wasn't necessarily right, the performance wasn't necessarily immaculate, but the vibes of that track, that is the most sort of chill, summery song we got this year, and I've really been enjoying listening to it as the weather's been hot, and I'm just imagining myself being a beautiful girl in a white dress and a bowler hat swaying through the countryside.
It gives Cachrel perfume advert, you know, just like femmes at their bath, you know, just being.
The music video of the song was amazing.
The video is beautiful. So yeah, I mean, the studio track for Ella, I think, is better than the live performance was. I just happened to also enjoy the live performance, whereas it turns out many people did not.
Okay. Should we have a new category?
Let's do it.
Yes.
All right.
Whereas you should just tell us if you should stop to talk because we are taking it off.
I'm happy to be here all night, but I'm sure that that's not the case for everybody.
Get ready for
some more choices
being made.
Sorry, Vanishka in the chat has said
culturally representative entry. So this is an award that we have to celebrate the songs that represent their culture in some way, that give us something that is no other country could send it. Essentially, it is so intricately tied to their culture and musical heritage, and it's the award we give to the song that best represents that, essentially. So, 5th place with 6.5% is Trenuleću by Zdobši Zdob and the Advahov brothers. In 4th place with 9%, we have Fühlen by Alvan and Hez. In 3rd place with 12.8%, we have Give That Wolf a Banana. They've not come in second, because what's come in second is with 20.2%, it's Stefania by Kalisz Orchestra. And in 1st place, it's River by Opera.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Trenuleću didn't take this category. I saw Angus in the chat saying, I mean, this has to be Moldova, right? I agree, Angus. I think this was Moldova's category to take. I didn't vote for, although I didn't vote for Moldova, I voted for France because...
Much the same.
Because actually, to me,
I voted for Ukraine. What's it talking about? It was clear for me.
To me, the most culturally representative song was Fühlen. Absolutely, hands down. Literally, Breton culture on the stage. The costuming is like a direct reference to Breton traditional like festival costume is black with ornamentation, with, you know, embroidered ornamentation, and obviously they did it in gold. There's a reason that Tanchugueiras in the Spain national final wore almost exactly the same kind of costume, black embroidered with gold. It's because that's Celtic, that's Celtic culture, you know, Northwest European, Western European Celtic culture. So everything about the France costuming was just like screaming Breton. The song itself was in Breton. The staging of it, the kind of elemental fire pits and forest imagery recalled the forest and the fire imagery in the lyrics, which themselves are lyrically the most culturally representative song, hands down. Fühlen. It literally is a Breton myth. Louis is saying, no, that's not Norwegian culture about someone. No, some would argue it is Norwegian culture.
Louis is
Norwegian culture making weird choices in your national finals, because in which case that possibly is Norwegian culture.
There was a lot of Norwegian culture in the Norwegian national final.
There
really was, which I was so happy to see. I mean, you know, I'm a Norse mythology bench, so to see Summer of Thor particularly was just very delightful.
Summer of Thor was a delight,
start to end. So to me, I'm like glad to see Fühlen recognized in 4th place. To me, it's like hands down the 1st place, but I'm surprised that Moldova didn't take it, because I could see that it was something somebody in the chat kind of referenced earlier, and that I know, Yannick, you sort of said that the thing that France failed to do this year that Serbia did manage to do was to communicate the meaning, the message, the cultural kind of significance of the song. And I agree, France somehow just didn't manage to do that. I can't see what they could have done differently, but they obviously didn't succeed in communicating the cultural significance of it. So I'm not surprised that France didn't win this category among the readership, because I am French. Not a lot of our readers are French, I guess. I'm surprised that Moldova didn't take it. Just sweep it, quite frankly, because it's literally a song about a train line from Moldova to Romania that is tied to the socio-political history and present of both of those countries. And it's a folk song. It's like a folk punk song. So it's like, how much more culturally representative can you get? Whereas to me, Stefania is like, yeah, okay, there are some folk instruments in it that are important. And I'd say this is like, I really don't like Stefania at all. It's one of my least favorite songs this year. But they put a lot of culture into it visually, like they're very clear about that, and like sonically there are some folk instruments, but the lyrics have nothing to do with for me, and maybe
really?
Yeah, to me the lyrics are like, I mean, it's not that it's got nothing to do with Ukrainian culture, it's that to me it's like, it's not like nobody else could have.
2 seconds.
God, is that a cat?
There are some cats fighting. I will be too.
Yeah, we were talking about this when you can.
So and Yannick, you obviously have a better insight into. Well, I say obviously, I assume you have a much better insight into Ukrainian kind of cultural signifiers than I do, being Polish yourself. But so closer to that, culturally. But to me, what Rosie said about a song that literally no other country could have sent. It's just so imbued with this country's culture and cultural framework. To me, a kind of a hip hop folk crossover where the hip hop element is actually really poorly done. To me, I know that obviously Stefania is hugely popular, but to me the hip hop element of Stefania is incredibly badly done. I love well done hip hop, and to me it was very poorly executed. So that really takes away from it. Like if this was last year, then I'd put Goe in this category hands down.
Yeah. Easy first place. Shum is just very
folk. Ukrainian culture as I envision it.
It's a folk song imagined to a rave, just right. Yeah,
which makes
I understand
sense song, because the idea of a song that's welcoming spring being a rave makes sense. The idea of Stefania having this weird hip hop with a very bad rap, very badly delivered, like to me, I'm like, well, that's a disconnection. It doesn't make sense within the song style.
Yeah, so I understand that you have your opinion because you maybe are not that well known in Slavic culture, because I see Stefania is a folk very, very representative of when it comes to Ukrainian culture, especially the lyrics, because when I first read the rough translation, because Ukrainian is, I don't think it's that similar. Belarusian is maybe more similar to Polish than Ukrainian, but I understand a bit. But I just remind, there was a part of in the history of Poland and Slavic countries that we just loved the farms. We loved the people living in the farms. It was very popular topic in literature, in poems, and this reminds me of this part of history in Slavic culture, and just the love of the farms, of the lands that Kalush is singing, and of course about mothers. And I agree what Louise said, that the song was written as a folk song, looking at our mothers, our lands. But after the war, sadly, just had a different meaning. It became an anthem to fight for that and to remember our lands. I'm just looking at this list. I agree with Fullen. I think it was amazing to see Breton in Eurovision. I was a big time Tugera's fan before the Beindor first happened for maybe a year or two. I was so happy to see them, but Beindor was just too strong this year. I thought Spain had the best national final this year, so it was very, very strong. I'm gonna get lynched by this, but it didn't click for me for a very long time. I think the grand final, I still didn't enjoy it as much as other people, and I was very surprised with the result, but I was very happy for them. I'm not going to comment about number 1 because this is not
I won't
our
tell
content.
Rosie what you just said.
Possibly a good thing I just missed it. My cat decided to have an argument with one of the other neighborhood
sorry guys,
cats.
tomorrow I am not the part of the team anymore. I'm getting
exactly.
out for my, for my
all your passwords
crazy.
have been revoked, all your access has been rescinded.
Yeah.
Doesn't click with Trenulitsu. Never quite click.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's this
Like,
was about the staging being amazing. I just never saw it. I just had to rewatch it after the Eurovision and finally clicked for me. But yeah, this is not. Ochman didn't culturally represent us, so I'm not going to comment. Wolves are wolves. I don't care about them.
I have to admit, I was curious to hear what your opinion was on whether River was in any way sort of culturally representative, because from the surface of things, I wouldn't have seen it. And
I love it. Yannick is like not. Yannick is just like no.
No.
Yannick like just kind of explained, and thank you so much for explaining like the because I can see it now that you explain it, the kind of the connection between, because I was saying that lyrically Stefania doesn't like, I'm like, I can see how it might connect, but it's not like it's not like an obvious cultural connection to me. And Yannick just explained, you know, how it kind of is. So thank you for that, because I see that, and especially like talking about mothers and motherland, it does all make sense. I want to obviously flag up Luis in the comments as saying Stefania really got another meaning after the current events. I think it's now more culturally close to Ukraine than it was meant to be, and I love that. I actually disagree that is quite, like, to me, I understand what you're saying, and I agree that I mean, that obviously made it more resonant, but I don't think that it made it more culturally representative. And you know, maybe we're talking like semantic disagreements here, and it doesn't really, you know, it's like kind of different words for the same thing, or different, you know, different definitions of words, but to me that doesn't make it more culturally representative. It makes it maybe more representative of the global status quo, or it makes it more of its time that it won. I don't think it would have won, you know. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think it's like it wouldn't have won this year. I know enough people really loved it from the beginning to know that it would have done well. Even if I don't like it, I know enough people loved it that it would have done well this year, but it wouldn't have won. I mean, I might be wrong. This is just obviously my conjecture, but remember that thing where I like successfully predicted all of the other top three results, all of voting results? I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm not actually an oracle. To me, it would not have won. It would have come top 10, maybe, you know, if it hadn't been for the war, which is, it's just weird. It's a weird thing to kind of like think about. I think to a lot of people, it's not a weird thing. It's like, yeah, and good, as it should win, because people support Ukraine. I feel a little bit more conflicted about that, perhaps, but either way, that's not the point. The point is what's the most culturally representative entry. And to me, that doesn't make it culturally representative. It makes it maybe resonant, or it's something, but it's, to me, that's not cultural representation. And the thing that really, to me, it's not that, perhaps it's not so much that I don't think Stefania is culturally representative, because A, who the hell am I to say that? I am not Ukrainian, I'm not even Eastern European. I just don't get to say that. And Yannick has literally just explained how it is culturally representative, actually. So I trust that, and I acknowledge that. So it's not so much the fact that I don't think it's culturally representative. It's more so, I think, that there are so many elements in it that, to me, are not culturally representative, that are also not well done. And obviously that's personal opinion, but to me, that's what kind of makes it disjointed from like this category, this time. Like, I think it deserves a place in this lineup, but I think I would put Stefania maybe 5th place in this lineup, not 2nd. And let's be real, if we're being, you know, if we're kind of taking into consideration the slight odd weighting of the voting, essentially Stefania has won this category.
Yeah.
Is that a controversial thing to say, Rosie? I don't want to like.
I don't necessarily think it is, especially when if we've already discussed that River coming in 1st place is probably more to do with River having a lot of fans rather than River necessarily actively being culturally represented.
We have a literal Polish person here saying, I don't think it's culturally represented.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously, Yannick is one person, but, you know,
I represent the whole country. Yeah.
I do want to point out what Angus and Fefi have said in the chat.
Portugal, yeah.
Where is Portugal?
Thank you!
Your song is literally called Saudade, Saudade.
Why
is Portugal not in this category?
Such a good point.
And
the word that
honestly,
can be translated to any language.
I'm with them on this. Like, again, I wouldn't say it's a first placer in this category, but definitely a third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah.
I think it's such a beautiful representation of that emotion that is so distinctly Portuguese. Like,
I agree with
there's
Louise.
literally no other word.
I agree.
Yeah. I think what I get with this song, and maybe it's not necessarily in the staging or the music, but it feels like a warm hug, but it's a melancholy warm hug. It's a hug from somebody who is your friend telling you that things are shit, but everything is going to be okay.
I think that is in the staging, Rosie. Like the fact that they're in a circle, and every time I
I completely get that.
Every time I watch it, like I'm entranced by the way that they all just keep making eye contact with each other. They're doing that as they're singing, and they're all clapping in time. So like that kind of close harmony while you're clapping, keeping rhythm, that's such a communal kind of singing, a communal kind of music making, kind of a community kind of music making. The fact that they put themselves in a circle to do that gave me Sebi vibes from 2019. Like the performers just looking at each other, actually, you know, being so magical within the context of a contest where so many songs, it doesn't make sense to do that, makes sense to perform out, but actually having performers perform in on the songs that make sense, it's spine tingling. And it becomes a hug, and it becomes a kind of a reassuring thing, and you see the chemistry between them. Just, I think that's such a good way of putting it, Rosie, saying exactly that. Things are tough, but it's going to be okay. That's exactly what it did. And all of that within this explicit framing of being within the Portuguese kind of cultural concept of saudade. It's just perfect. Like, top 3 in this category is where I would put it.
I have to admit, it's the song this year I have the most visceral bodily reaction to every time I hear it. Every time I hear those opening notes, I literally feel a lift through my body. It is visceral, and I love it. I get it a little bit with Me Fai Candy Sol.
I was going to say that it's kind of a similar vibe, but it's not quite the same thing. Mahai Candy Sol is like, it's a lullaby. We'll talk about that in a bit, because it was my vote for one of the categories that's upcoming. So I'll maybe save what I have to say about it until then.
Yeah, I just want to say, Angus, I agree. O Jardim should have won 2018. That's my opinion for that.
Yeah, justice for O Jardim, absolutely. Yeah. And again, 100%. The same sort of thing where it's like the same sort of song. Yeah.
Let's move on to our next category. We are going on to the most robbed entry. Here we go.
Yeah, how can if Poland is topping this list, I'm gonna walk out. Because I can tell from what I've seen, there are people obviously who do think it should have won or should have been top 3 or whatever.
So 5th place for most robbed entry. I have a feeling this song possibly has more fans than I possibly anticipated for. 3.6%. It's Fade to Black. In 4th place, we're bringing some more chaos with another tie. Probably wins are knotted. It's Lights Off by Weirdomi and Disco by LPS. Both of them got 4.2% of the vote.
Very different definitions of robbery.
In 3rd place with 9.3% is 9.5%. It's really hard to read this font on a tablet screen. It's Fulen by Alvan and TES. And second place, Give That Wolf a Banana. And first place, River. That is 15.4% and 29.8% for both of those.
Wow, that really is a lot of fans, isn't it? I mean,
that is a lot of fans.
Yeah, kudos to the.
That's more fans than Corolla's Wind Machine.
Incredible. That's kudos to the sub cubs, you know, for just like in their droves coming out, like 29% of 800.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a lot of people thought those songs should have won, I guess.
Angus
thoughts.
Yeah. I have thoughts.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Lights Off did deserve better. So I do I do see that. Like, I'm not surprised it didn't do better, because that genre of song doesn't tend to do very well in the finals. Like, it just doesn't. So I'm not surprised it didn't do much better than it did. But I do agree that it deserved better.
Yeah.
I think
it did got second in the semi-final, so it should have been higher in the final, right?
You would think, but then the people who watch the semis aren't necessarily, or rather, there are a lot of people. I was one of these people for a long time. A lot of people who watch the grand final who don't watch the semi-finals. It's a much broader television audience. A lot of people settle down on the Saturday night to watch the grand final. It's like the fun show that they're watching. Well, no idea what the semis were. Don't care, you know, and that's fine. Like I say, that was me for a very long time. It's not the same audience, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think my thing with Lights Off, I really didn't like it as an opener for the show. I think the lyrics are too melancholy to open a show.
What, in this year of our Beyonce 20
in this economy?
Come on now, exactly. The lyrics it made perfect sense to me, because we hadn't had, you know, we've all had a tough time. We've been having a tough time for a while now. So to me, having something that has like lyrics that are like a little bit dark, but that are like fundamentally uplifting, and that are like musically very much get the party started, made perfect sense as an opener. Like, to me, it was the perfect opener. This is interesting. I can see what you're saying, and I just disagree.
I think I would have just liked it a little bit later in the show, and I also think it would have done better later in the show as well.
Absolutely.
I think for me, out of the first half, my two openers would probably have either have been Yamame, or even, I know they wouldn't have done it because it opened the semi-final, but even Jezebel. I think that rock might have gotten things started a little bit more, and also I think Jezebel should have not done as well as it did. So
I can agree with Jezebel on that one. I actually thought Yamame as a number 2 was really good. I know that
I also agree it was a great second track.
It was really good, and I know everybody who loves the song was like upset that it got the death slot, but like, I always knew it wasn't going to win, so I didn't mind that it got the death slot, because I already knew it wasn't going to win. The fact that it did as well as it did in the grand final, that was a surprise to me. I actually didn't expect it to play as well with the, but it shouldn't have been a surprise, because it's really infectious and it ended up being really well done. So I wasn't bothered by the fact it was in second place, but I think it was good in second place, actually.
Yeah, I'm in, when it comes to Lights Off, I'm rather in the middle. I think it was a great opener, because I think the starting with a very dark lyrics with Lights Off and ending with hope, I thought that was clever. So the beginning with Lights Off and ending with hope, I thought was amazing. I don't know if it was the intention, but lyrically it was very clever for them. Other point, I didn't like them opening because it was one of my favorites, and I knew that it couldn't go do well if they were going to open. But looking at the other songs that are on the list, we talked about, I think, most of the songs. Yeah, we talked about Flen a lot. We are very passionate about Flen not doing well. Disco, that didn't deserve last. I thought that was not a 40th place performance. River, I talked about it. We Polish people just thought we were gonna place higher than 12.
Do you think it should have placed higher than 12, though, Yannick? Do you think River should have placed higher than it did, or do you think it was like it made sense where it placed?
I thought that we were gonna do better with the juries. I thought it will be very much higher juries than we placed. I thought we might. I had hopes for the best result since Edita, because that's our floor. That's how our expectation for Eurovision is right now. Is someone must beat her, because it's been 28 years since we debuted and we still haven't beat her result. And our best result since Edita, I think, is 6. So we want to break that and have some good results like we do in junior. But I thought River was a good start of our maybe evolution of Eurovision, because we haven't made the final since 2017, even though in my mind 2018 we were in the final. But yeah, I just want to
correct
see
me if
more.
I'm wrong on this, but is this the first time in history Poland's ever qualified on the juries? Like, if I'm remembering rightly, they've managed to qualify purely on the strength of a televote over the fact that they've had strong jury scores.
Interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised. Because we are not lucky with rivals. Even in 2016, we are opponents for televote, so I am not surprised if this is the case for the juries.
Yeah, 2016 didn't do well with the juries, did it? It was
not
the
at all.
that pushed it through. That was one of my top 2 in 2016. Okay.
I very appreciate that, because I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that don't like the song from my friendship circle for Eurovision, so I'm very happy that I see other fans like 2016. But yeah, Fade to Black, I have some opinions, because when this song dropped, I listened to it on my way home from the uni, and we waited for this. It was
right.
It was and when the shows happened, I was watching the rehearsal streams to hear the opinions, and everybody was like, wow, the staging is amazing, the staging is so thoughtful. And then the semi-final dropped, I was like, is this it? Is this it?
I love it.
I must say, after the grand final, the song grew on me. I can listen to it, and I sometimes do. But I agree that most dropped. I don't know if most dropped. I wouldn't say most dropped, but maybe the televote were harsh for him. But I'm not surprised either.
I'm just going to go back to what Fefi said in the chat when we were talking about most culturally representative songs. Oh no, she said it about Poland. Sorry, that she was surprised that Poland that Poland took it, because River sounds like so many other songs by like sad boys from other countries. Like, it could be from any country, literally. Whether you like it or not, I think it's hard to argue that it doesn't sound like like any other sad lad. But I think that sort of a similar thing to me, that was my thing with Fade to Black, was that it's like this does just sound like any other sad lad. And then obviously you hear him live, you're like, okay, vocally he's something to listen to. So I just remembered
one song about the most culturally the best culturally song. I would shout Monica to the list too, because Lithuanian.
Wow, that's an interesting shout. It was nice to hear Lithuanian in the contest again. It was literally, we've only heard Lithuanian in the contest twice, and I think the first time was its debut, and I don't think we've had Lithuanian in the contest since its debut. So it's been decades. So it was really nice to hear Lithuanian again, and I expect to hear more Lithuanian at the national finals this year. This coming year. Luis, who, I mean, I don't know where Luis is getting their facts from, but I'm just going to go out on now. Luis, I trust you wholeheartedly. Yeah. Luis says,
I love Luis.
Is their first jury qualification indeed. So that's it. We've got it on the authority of Luis, who I now trust with my life. That is first.
Please follow Luis on Twitter.
And Fefi says, lights off, most satisfying beat drop along with Fulen. Agreed.
Yes.
Very much agreed.
Rosie category for next year's awards.
Most satisfying beat drop. At me in a year, and we'll get that sorted.
I want to know, Ewan, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. 5 out of 6 of these deserved top 10. I really want to know which one Ewan thinks. top 10. Spill in the chat, you, and tell us which one you don't think deserve top 10. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that it's disco, but I'll have to say, like, I'm quite surprised, and it's nice. I don't like it, but it's nice to see people being so supportive of a track that did so poorly. Obviously, the readership.
Norway, understandable.
Norway, Ewan, we're not speaking.
It's all going to kick off in the test chat later. I mean, I have to admit, I'm a disco fan. I tend to love songs that are very true to their genre. And I think disco is a really good example of that very 70s, smooth, slightly funk tinge disco music. And I really like that sort of purity of it.
I hate it so much, and you're completely right.
And the best thing that the 70 songs is sung by 17-year-old.
I think part of
me
that
out.
is why
I find it gives me the creeps when kids like sing kind of genres that are so true to their genre from like the old creepy times. Because to me, it is the old creepy times actually. Like honestly, like a lot of old. I've spoken about this before. In fact, I spoke about this in the 1980 episode at length, so I'll try not to go on about it. But just to kind of, bring it up again because it's relevant. A lot of songs, and that maybe this is coming from somebody who grew up not in Europe largely, and is like half not from Europe. But to me, a lot of like Western media from like kind of bygone eras gives me the fucking creeps, and part of it is because I'm like I'm not in that media. Like people like me, whether it's my heritage or my gender identity or whatever, like I'm just not reflected in that, so it gives me the creeps. And I think part of it is also that I just didn't grow up with that, so it gives me the creeps, like it alienates me. So but I can see it. I can see exactly what you're talking about, and it's exactly why I dislike it so much. And yes, you see that if actually you're like, I love that smooth 70s funk tinge jazz, and of course disco would be a fave. It captures it.
I think the other thing for me as well is, I've said it on Twitter fairly recently, but disco is not the most technically challenging song to sing, but Philip's vocals were studio level in every performance he gave this entire season. I just think his vocal is brilliant. I love listening to his voice. I went to see them at the Eurovillage, and the audience that night was tiny, so I was right on the front row. And they did disco, and they did their other song, which I think is called Silence in My Head, though I have kind of forgotten it. And both of them, he sounded fucking brilliant. And I really want to hear more music from them at some point. I just really love his voice. And I think I'm not going to go out and say he's one of the best vocalists of the year just because on the sort of technical side of things, but I think in consistency, I think he's brilliant. And quite frankly, I think is he 18? Just the maturity in his voice is incredible. And it wasn't a 39th, 40th placer for me. I get it not qualifying, but for me, it wasn't that low. I mean,
it's third from
I'm the person who obviously is 2018. I know what it's like to have your favorite song be massively unpopular, be in a very niche genre, and come complete last in the competition. So I had
that last year.
Basically, I've been hurt by this too many times before.
I don't think I talked about this on our group chat, but I am big Werke Dame stan. Very big Werke Dame stan. Blas Kantor is probably one of my all-time favorite artists, so I understand you so much, because I really liked it. It was my winner at some point, because I think it's now my second, because Voila is just Voila. So, but yeah, Blas Kantor, Werke Dame,
Valid.
And I like to talk about this a lot, about when we talk about top entries, I always talk about the Blackbird, but it's not 2017, 18, I don't remember which one was it, but Blackbird, most dropped entry of lifetime. Okay, I can.
I know a lot of people who are still very sore over that one.
I am still very sorry about that.
Like, I'm not attached to that song in the way a lot of people are, but even when I look at the field of 2017, why did that not qualify?
I agree.
Like, I just don't get it. I'm fairly open about the fact I really don't like a lot of 2017. I find it
Really?
not very good at all. The vast majority of songs. And Blackbird just stands out in its purity and simplicity, and the vocals are stunning, and I think it's just about in my top 10 of the year, but my God, I don't get why that didn't qualify at all.
Yeah.
I'm baffled by it, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the time, if I have songs I love that don't qualify, I can kind of understand it. Like, my first place last year was Maps. I get why that didn't qualify.
Maps was amazing. Maps was amazing. I understand.
I can accept when things do not go well live, and I can accept when songs are niche, and it's not going to appeal to everyone. But Blackbird, wow, why?
I agree when Ushka recognizes Venere, but Telemovish, that I also agree that this song was. I still don't understand how it didn't qualify. Actually, I mean, I can understand, but also why? It was amazing.
Was Telemovies in that really stacked semi-final in 2019? Because if then I can kind of understand it, but I cannot quite remember which one it was in, and I remember one of them being an absolute bloodbath.
Chat, please help us. Yeah, I have my taste in
the semis.
Yeah, my taste in Eurovision music is very great. I either enjoy the fan favorites, like I Am, Hold Me Closer is one of my favorite songs, probably one of my favorite songs of Eurovision. But I also like some very weird, like Together from 2018 is my second place of the year. It just clicked with me since the beginning. So yeah, it's very dependent on the person.
What was your first place of 2018?
2018. Let me check. It's of course it's Hungary.
Oh, great choice!
Yeah.
What a great
choice. Let me check. Let me double check the list, because this wasn't my France was my winner for a very long time. Merci was my winner during the shows, but I think Wyszła just clicked with me after Ozzy's death.
Absolutely.
I remember the news and I listened to Wyszła non-stop, and just clicked with me. I agree with Venere. Mal, also amazing. I love Mal so much.
Cool. With Isabel back, shall we move on to the next category?
Yes.
Let's move on to.
Oh, how kind of you to wait for me! I should have actually said, like, you're good to go and move on to the next category without me. Best staging.
We were just discussing some other robbed entries from Eurovision's past.
Oh yeah, I had you were talking about Mal. Mal deserved
so much better.
So good. It was talk about impeccable vocals. Jeez.
Yeah.
So we are
I'm
moving
excited
on
about this one
to best staging, and I'm very much hoping that Isabel will be happy-ish with this one.
Ooh.
They just slid into screen. It was beautiful.
Hello.
So
I'm very intrigued to see how this one goes. Really.
Me and Isabel are going to be fighting right now, because I think I know
I have so many feelings about, like, there were so many really good stagings this year.
There were.
And there were some really really underwhelming ones too.
So in fifth place with 4.9%, it's Spaceman by Sam Ryder. In fourth place with 5.5%, it's Stripper by Achille Lauro.
At last! Recognition at last!
In third place with 8.9%, it's Slow Mo by Chanel. And as always, our second place is Give That Wolf a Banana by Subwoofer with 18.2%, and River by Ochman in first with 28.2% of the vote. There you go. There's our results.
Really, really surprised not to see Serbia in this list. I think Serbia is I mean, shocker. I voted for Fulen in a lot of these categories, but not in this one, because to me, the Fulen staging was one of my favorites, but it wasn't the best. To me, the best was Constructor. I mean, no, but that's interesting, Ewan, that you say River is a justifiable winner here, because the River staging was so polarizing. Like, and I say polarizing because obviously you loved it, and I didn't mind it, but I saw so many people who stand that song just like really, really get turned off by the staging for it. So I think it's like a shocker that it's in first place here. I think that Give That Wolf a Banana had perfect staging, so like I can't get mad at it being in second place. Like, I think I would put it in the top 5 as well. Like, it was, to me, the staging that sold it, really. The song is delightful and whimsical and so silly, but the staging is so polished, and that's why it works. It's like lyrically so silly, conceptually so silly, and then like the costuming and staging is like also silly, but it's perfectly executed. So I can't be mad that that's in second place. And slow-mo is, I mean, what, you know, couldn't be more perfect for the song, really. The staging was just great. I've said it, I think, before, but I'm so happy to see a lot of things with regards to Spain this year. So happy to see Spain basically like calling the bluff of Cyprus, let's be honest, basically calling Cyprus's bluff, just beating them at the game that really should have been Spain's from the start, which is Hot Girl doing the most with a, you know, an upbeat party song in Spanish. Like, I've been begging for Spain to do this for years. In fact, I think on our Spain episode of the podcast, I'm like, why is Spain not doing this? And schooling Cyprus and how it's done. And then here we got exactly that, but with a kind of a twist, right? Which is that obviously Chanel has Latin heritage. She's from Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken, but I believe her parents are originally from Cuba. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what I was under the impression of as well. So if both of us think it, then hopefully it's right.
It's been a while since I checked these facts, you know. So to me, like, I couldn't even have dreamed, because we don't get Latin artists in Eurovision. We just don't. I mean, we have had some handful in the past, but they've not brought Latin genres of music. And their like Latin heritage hasn't particularly played in like to the songs themselves. To see, I mean, and it's been pointed out to me by an Uruguayan friend that when Chanel speaks, she doesn't speak with this accent that she sings in. She is singing specifically in I don't know if it's specifically a Cuban accent or if it's just generally a Caribbean accent, but she's singing in an accent that is not Spanish. It's not you know, Barcelonian Spanish. It's not Spain Spanish. It's not Castellano or a Catalan accent that she's singing in. She is singing in a Cuban accent, from what I gather. She's certainly singing in a Latin American accent. You can tell because she doesn't sing any of the S's. That was how I discovered it. I was like, oh my god, I'm obsessed with the fact that she's just not singing the S's, and like no S's to be seen. And my friend from Uruguay was like, yeah, it's the same as us. It's really fun. It's really fun. There are no S's. We just don't bother. But that's not her speaking accent. So that's a really interesting thing. And I think it's kind of fabulous, because the genre, it's a reggaeton track, which again, we also haven't really seen the reggaeton at Eurovision. We've seen some influences from it. We've never seen a pure reggaeton. And I'm sure there are people who would argue that slow-mo is not pure reggaeton, but it's the closest that we've ever had to pure reggaeton. And it even references the reggaeton in the lyrics. Like, it's really doing a very conscious thing of going, hello, we are Spain. And here are all of these references to Hispanic culture that are like not specifically Spanish, mainland Spanish. It's really fun. Yeah, so Fefi is Chilean. Fefi says she's singing in a Latin American accent for sure. It doesn't sound Spanish at all. Exactly. And also, like, combined with the fact that it's Spanglish, right? So talk about nonsense Spanish lyrics. This is nonsense Spanish done just to perfection. So not only did Spain say, actually Cyprus, here's how you do a Spanish club banger. They were like, oh, you want to do nonsense Spanish? Oh, okay, yeah, well, we know how to do that, actually. I come from a bilingual household, well, trilingual, but I know, like, for those of us who grow up in like it with 2 or more languages, it's the most comforting kind of, it's home for us to speak in a mix. Like for me, it's franglais, right? It's French and English mixed. But for a lot of people in the Americas generally, like particularly the States and Latin America, to speak in both English and Spanish in some kind of combination is really normal. It's like regular, so it doesn't feel forced to me. I mean, I should really like flag up, I'm not Latin American. So, maybe there are Latin Americans in the chat who can be like, actually, I disagree. And that would be, obviously more legitimate than my opinion. But to me, to hear a song in Spanglish, it's as comforting and fun and delightful and lovely as it would be to hear a song in franglais, which is what we got with Roi, with Bilal in 2019, right? Which I love that. I love to hear that bilingual representation. It's so fun. All of this to say, oh my God, I went off on a tangent, didn't I? Best staging, Chanel. Oh my God. Basically, the thing that was so delightful to me, staging wise, with Spain this year was that I don't think we've ever seen such a strong dancer and vocalist combined. We've seen a lot of great vocals that have done choreography, but it's been obvious they're not dancers. And we've seen fewer good dancers. We have seen good dancers before, but we've never seen a combination of brilliant vocals and brilliant dance, like at the same time by the same person. Chanel's a dancer, like she is a dancer. And Urs is a dancer. To me, he's more of a dancer than a singer. But it was really fun this year to see him do both of those things as well. But Chanel is like the best. I think nobody can argue with the fact that we've never had a dance break in Eurovision before, have we? I don't think we have.
So not in the same way.
Not in the same way. Like it was really like,
yeah.
oh, and now I'm
going to do Fego? Didn't Fego have a dance break or?
I don't know if I would call it a dance break. Maybe it did. I'm just not remembering. But like the fact that literally there are no lyrics, there's no vocals in like a really large portion of slow-mo as it was performed.
Yeah, I agree.
At the grand final is like quite notable. That doesn't normally happen. And I mean, actually, Elena is a great example with Fuego of a singer who can dance, not a dancer. Like. I actually don't think it was very good choreography. Like maybe unpopular opinion. I don't think Fuego's choreography. I think to me, it was the choreography that really stopped me enjoying Fuego for a long time. I appreciate it more now. And I love the song. But I don't think it's well choreographed. I also don't think it's well costumed. Just unpopular opinions pouring out of me at this point. But so to me, Chanel did it right. I think as somebody recently, we were having a watch party recently, rewatching the grand final, and one of my friends just like said, she just got me with the, what is it called? This oh God, dance terminology is gone. The split extension that she does like right at the beginning. She's just like, she gets her leg lifted up into a split by one of her dancers.
It's kind of somewhat of an arabesque, but not quite.
It's more than an arabesque.
Yeah,
it's literally like anyway. It's
been a long time since I've learned technical dance.
I know. We know the moment, don't we? It's like right at the beginning. It's like, and immediately you're like, oh, this bench can dance. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Chanel is a musical theater performer. Yeah. She has done a lot of musicals, so this is a bread and butter for her.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so good to see that.
Yeah.
We don't normally get this level of that excellence at Eurovision.
It's a bit different than, because Chanel is musical theatre program, but we also had for the UK Lucy Jones. She's a pure musical theatre artist. She does only musicals, but she's not a dancer. She's a belter. She does the roles that belt the longest and the highest. She's the alphabet right now on West End. So yeah, she's that kind of role.
I went, beautiful.
I'm so jealous. I need to find an illegal video of that because I am in love with
a perfectly legal way to enjoy that content.
Yeah, this client tutorial.
That's really fun. Fefi says she was in that long ass telenovela that my mum loves for some reason. That's hilarious. I love that. I mean, from what I understand, she's primarily an actor. Chanel is primarily an actor. So really like fun to see somebody like that here in this context and like transferring the skills so well. I was really delighted by that. I will say that I'm not surprised. I actually did expect to see Spaceman, Sam Ryder in this selection. I don't think it was up there in terms of best staging. I think the staging was fine. I think it was just what the song needed. And I think for the UK, it was like, oh my God, chef's kiss, wonderful, never before bettered, because I think the UK absolutely sucks at staging, and I think that it's the best staging I've ever seen the UK do. But in terms of this contest at large, and in terms of this year's contest, I don't think that Spaceman was anywhere near the best staging, but I'm not surprised to see it in this lineup, and I kind of can't get mad about it. I mean, part of me is surprised to see Stripper here, because now I'm like, okay, well, thank you. It was the best. It was a really good staging. So why didn't it qualify? Tell me, why didn't it qualify? Because I was like, okay, people hate the staging, obviously.
I have an opinion about that.
You know, people are like, oh, must be like turned off by this like wonderfully raunchy punk Italian gender fucky. We're gonna just like overtly sexually express ourselves on the stage in fishnets on a fucking bull. Like it was so erotic. And I just assumed that's what people hated about it. But like here we go. Like 5.5% of 800 readers say that's what we want, and I agree with them. That is what we want.
My opinion is that I think when the performance was happening, a lot of people were focused on the staging itself, not on the song. And when the televotes happened, I think they just forgot about the song and just remembered the bull. Maybe I personally,
it's got such a catchy chorus. Like it's so simple. The chorus, it's like
maybe
a classic rock chorus, and it surprised me that it's sticking to people's heads.
I personally was never a fan of Stripper. When it won the NF for Summer, I was like, yeah, it was the only so decent song there. And when it comes to the off-season, before Eurovision, it just stayed in its place. I didn't move from the places I have. When the pictures happened, I was like, oh, maybe finally I will enjoy the song. But even the same performance just it didn't click for me. But I appreciate we have fan here that has other opinions, because I don't see this song. I'm trying to think of other songs that could be on this list, and let me just maybe look at this. I agree with people who talked about Portugal, who talked about Serbia, because this staging were brilliant. I want to shout out, because maybe this was an unpopular opinion. I am a Die Together fan, and I thought that staging was amazing. And I just want to throw that. I know if we agree on that. So yeah, I want that time was amazing.
I don't like the song, so I'm not the best person to like. But you know, I didn't at the time. I didn't like Fade to Black, but I really enjoyed the staging. I had such a strong. I generally, I have such a strong emotional response to chairs on a stage, empty chairs on a stage. Listen, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the me thing or if it's the fact that like. So I grew up in physical theatre and like theatre. I was an actor for years, right? So like for me, empty chairs on a stage just like have so much like theatrical, like dramatic tension held in them. There's like all this, that they're evocative, and I can't quite explain why. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way. But
well, I remember when we first saw that staging, you and I were sat dissecting it for ages.
I don't understand what it has to do with this. Like, I still don't understand what it has to do with the song. My favorite part of the song is still, well, it's her gauzy nightgown. That garment is really, I mean, it looks like a fire hazard, but it's so pretty. I really, really enjoy that gauzy garment that she's wearing. We don't have a best costuming award.
We don't, and I was just thinking we need to do that for next year, because also Ben did such a great job with his articles.
Well,
fashion
so Ben did a whole fashion.
Yeah, I would love to add that in next year. I kind of included it in staging when I wrote the description.
Yeah.
But no, I think a best outfit would be a really great category to have.
Yeah.
I agree.
Obviously, I would have voted for Fulen. Because I know cool things about that. But I will say, like, my favorite thing about Amanda Tenfjord's performance was her dress. And I really liked the dress. The performance was nothing to me. I'm so sorry, Yannick. The chairs I was very compelled by, but I never understood. I still don't understand how it, and I don't think there needs to be a literal connection, but I still don't quite understand how it connects to the song. Everything else about the staging I hate. So it's good to have diverse opinions, isn't it?
I'm just in love with the song, so maybe that's my
interesting.
I love songs like that. Sad ballads from.
I love a sad song about. I'm a Hannibal fan. I love sad, borderline unhealthy. No, actually, very definitely not a healthy relationship song about like things that probably don't want to happen to you in your life, but like angst and like sadness and sorrow, and it's like beautiful, but it shouldn't be beautiful. It should be bad. Like, I love a bit of that shit. But it just I don't really, almost everything about Greece's entry this year baffled me, just completely perplexed me. I didn't understand it at all.
If you were in fandom probably about 10 to 15 years ago, you'd be getting fan edits to that song on YouTube. People would be making fan vids to that
song. Probably are, Rosie. They probably are.
True.
I'm just very detached from fandom that isn't Eurovision at this point in my life.
Well, I very recently discovered Hannibal. I mean, I'm really angry with everybody I know, quite frankly, for not having like made me watch it before, because I'm so late to the table. Like, I'm literally nearly a decade late. So I'm rediscovering like fandom space now, particularly Tumblr. And I mean, I entered the Hattari fandom just last year because I didn't find Hattari until last year, having totally boycotted 2019, not even absorbed any 2019 content until last year. So I found big fandom space there too. So I'm in my fandom era, actually. I haven't been in a fandom space since my teens, which was 2 decades ago. Until like last
I became a Euro fan through Eurovision Tumblr, so it's my origin story for the fandom for Eurovision. So it's nice to hear it.
I think the one staging that I really would like to mention before we move on, because I think we've had some really awesome discussion about the ones we have up here. The other one I really liked this year is Lights Off. I thought that staging was perfect for that song.
Yes.
I think it had such a great energy to it. I think the camera work was brilliant. And that opening shot where they pan over like Benjamin's equipment and we see the wires and the colors, and then it pans up into Dominica. God, that's one of the best bits of camera work we had this year. I love that shot so much, and such a great bit of staging and framing.
The moment when they literally the lights, Rosie, I didn't even notice it until I was so frenetically. I was live tweeting the grand final for that Eurosite on Twitter. So like there's a lot that I didn't manage to fully absorb, and it's only recently rewatched the grand final. And I don't even think I fully absorbed that they literally fucking cut the lights.
Yeah.
It's such a good moment. Like, it's so simple, but actually Lights Off is such a perfect example of, Vanishka says brilliant use of the lights. Someone else in the chat said amazing camera work. Exactly, it just shows you don't have to do the most. You can it did the most just through simply picking the best camera angles, camera shots. That moment where the camera swings around her as she just kicks up into the air with her, she's got such a specific dance style, and it just she just hit the beat, and the lights so good. It really captured the camera work, and the staging really captured the energy of the song, and then catapulted it into the next level. Because again, part of me was so excited that it opened because it just got it right.
Yeah, and I agree with Venera that one camera shot with the audience. I still didn't know how that works with the becoming distant, being closer, and then
and the sort of changing in focus.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
I still have no idea how this. I think Domi talked about this, how they managed to work it, but I don't understand, don't remember, and I want to say that that the magic didn't disappear for this one moment.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next category, and it's another one where we're going to get a little bit of variety in results, because we are going on to the best presenter.
Ooh, I'm very curious to see how this shook down.
So we had 3 presenters this year. And because we had 3, we're only going to present the winner. I'm going to say that the other 2 were pretty equal in terms of their votes. One was a little bit in front of the other, but everyone got a pretty decent proportion of votes. But our winner, which got 48.7% of the vote,
a landslide,
is Mika.
Hey!
We really were going to love today.
I really I thought when I first saw your list of categories, I was like, well, I mean, Mika's my fave, obviously. And then I genuinely had a bit of a moment, I had a hard time deciding, because all 3 of them brought a lot, and they were very different. I almost voted for Alessandro, actually. Because I think in terms of who literally did the job the best, I think Alessandro, hands down, did the best presenting job, and which makes sense because presenting is his job. Whereas Laura is mainly a singer, and Mika is also mainly a singer.
Yeah.
And he's a TV personality as well, but not he's not a presenter. So you expect that. It was it made sense as a hosting lineup, because you expect to have at least one professional TV presenter in your lineup of hosts, and then some personalities. But Alessandro's green suit, says Ewan, that was, I don't know if that was a high point or a low point, a little bit of both. I'm going to go low point. So rewatching the shows really kind of hammered home to me how good a job Alessandro did. A good presenter is, you almost don't notice what a good job they're doing. That's how you know they're doing really well, because it's so hard to manage a live script, things constantly you're having to buy time, and you're having to move on. You're just constantly having to, and it's part of the reason I loved Mika so much was that he really brought the chaos. He didn't do that good a job of disguising. I thought he did a good job of presenting to a point, but he made it very obvious when he was losing the thread or losing the plot, and that's kind of what I loved. The points where he you could see him cracking up at the script or cracking up at his co-hosts were delightful to me. I was like, I wouldn't want all of the hosts to do that, but the fact that we had Mika doing that was really fun to me. It was it's a little bit like the way a Greek chorus is the audience. It gives you a bridge. Mika was our Greek chorus. He gave us the bridge. He was like, lol, Eurovision. There was even a point where the first time he said 12 points, he was like, I can't believe I'm actually saying 12 points. I'm saying that. It was really fun to see him enjoying. It was kind of a meta sort of thing. I think he's sort of the meta host in a way. He was like, we're at Eurovision's really Europe. What? This is so silly. Isn't this silly? You know? And obviously every single time that he gave the wrong country name and then corrected himself was like iconic to me. Like that's become very culturally important to me, that like Mika doesn't, it was just great. Just Spain, Romania, like whatever it was just those moments. I live for those moments.
It was
like,
Poland. Poland.
That country doesn't even exist anymore, Mika.
Incredible.
I mean, depends, because we in Polish we say Hollandia. We don't say Niderlandy. It's very rarely. We say Hollandia. So it's maybe in French it's Le Pays-Bas, right?
Yeah.
I think
So
Mika's first language is English, but I might be wrong on that.
really?
I think
Isn't he Moroccan?
I think he was raised in
Mika,
the UK.
Mika's
I might
first-
be really wrong on that.
I think Mika's first language is French, but it
Okay,
could be both French and
French,
English,
Italian.
He's bilingual in he was raised French and English, right?
That makes sense.
He was educated in the UK. I don't know if he considers English to be his. So I'm bilingual, French and English, but I consider English to be my first language of those two. I don't know what Mika would say his first language is out of English and French. He's a native speaker of both English and French. That's how I would put it.
But his
But then
career is mostly in France.
so it's not even similar to Holland anyway.
We have Hollande, though.
Oh,
I think.
okay. I did not know that.
No, I mean, we would never refer to the country as Hollande, I don't think. In English, we refer to the country as the Netherlands and Holland interchangeably. And the thing is that Holland is just a region of the Netherlands. Like, that's where the confusion comes from. So in France, we would say Hollande, but it would mean the region, I think is accurate. Like, I can't think of ever having heard someone say Hollande meaning Le Pays-Bas. So it's not that. It is just, he literally like had a bit of a brain moment where his brain just went Poland. I appreciate that. I like that we could see through, like I like that kind of slight transparency where you can see a little bit through, like it's like a sheer curtain rather than a really like blackout blinds. Like with Alessandro, it's much more the blackout blinds. You can see just this great polish as a presenter. Although that said, I think that, you know, the thing that Alessandro did really well was playing with the fact that it's all a bit chaotic hosting Eurovision. It's just that the way that Alessandro played with it was like very confident, knowing exactly, you know, Alessandro always had control of the situation. Laura and Mika, no. Like if they hadn't had Ale there, I think I would have worried for them a little bit.
Yeah.
But because he was there, I wasn't worried for them at all, because they got to be as chaotic as they wanted. And the thing is with Laura, we haven't mentioned her at all, is that she has such a warm presence, doesn't she? And she brought she brought so much kind of warmth, I think, and joy on in her presenting. I think in terms of like how good a job she did, I think the script really did her dirty. Like I think she got just a lot of really rubbish lines, and that's not her fault. Like I think that she would have shone a lot better with a better script. But I mean, every time that she went off script a little bit was brilliant. And I mean, I'm obviously thinking of the Porca Vacca moment in the first semi-final, where she just like couldn't say the word six, which I mean it's a hard word to say for
I can say six. I say six. So
yeah, I think a lot of people would just go six and just like bluff it, but she was really trying to say six and it wasn't working for her. That porca vacca, that's immortal to me. And I love that in the semi-final too, Alessandro was like, yes, the porca vacca position. When it came to sixth place, we love that. I mean, every time she broke into song, it was like, this is what she's meant to do. And the audience, feel the audience going, yes.
The audience loved her. The audience loved her. Yeah.
So I mean,
I'm happy you mentioned.
Yeah.
I'm happy you mentioned the sixth thing, because the TH sound is very, very hard, for example, for us Slavs.
In many languages.
Slavs to say.
Has a and I mean, Icelandic and English have a I can't think of any other. I'm sure there are other languages that. I mean, Spanish, you know, Castellano Spanish, like mainland Spain Spanish has a but it's not a very common sound, so it's normal that a lot of people can't get it. That woman raised me, Fefi says about Laura. I think a lot of people feel similarly.
Yeah.
Also, not to mention as well, Laura did that entire grand final with COVID.
What?
What?
She got a COVID diagnosis 2 days before. When she was missing, she'd fainted because she had COVID.
I knew she fainted, but I didn't know she was.
Yeah, she had COVID during that.
A lot to think about.
Which, honestly, the fact that she got through that, wow. Also, just, I know we've sort of touched on it, but her musical performance at the beginning of that grand final, beautiful. So
with COVID.
good. And I mean, yeah, that is why she was missing. So
yeah,
I'm
why she was
almost
missing.
never going to advocate for watching this show, but Mika a couple of weeks later did an interview on This Morning, which is an absolute trash British magazine show, and he was talking all about that then. And so he was talking about the fact that when they were doing the voting and Laura was missing, I
assumed it was a costume malfunction, or that
she's gotten ill backstage, and Mika and Alessandro were completely trying to just fill in for her at the time.
And I didn't notice anything was wrong.
Exactly. All of them did,
and then they were like, "Go back," and I was like, "Oh, was she not supposed to be gone?" Oh.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I knew she fainted, but I didn't know why.
She, things happen backstage. Like maybe she'd had to go for a wee and something had happened, or she'd been sick. Because you can sometimes just have a bit of a vom, just from nerves or something. So, but yeah. Damn, volare a cappella with COVID, Fefi says.
Exactly. What an incredible woman.
Definitely
when I had COVID, I laid in bed for 2 weeks.
Yeah, people in the chat, please don't, and audience and listeners, please don't go and do things if you're feeling unwell. I mean, even if you don't know it's COVID, please don't be Laura Pausini. But goodness me, I mean, yeah, wow, okay. Don't be Laura is what I'm trying to say.
She's a bit different.
She's amazing, but don't make her your role model. Rest up if you're feeling ill. Same, when I had COVID, I was dead. I was dead. It was I'm death has taken me.
I think the other thing that I do want to say, just because again we've again slightly touched on it, but I want to sort of just put a bit of focus on it as well. Mika's interval act.
Yeah.
Okay, I am of the era when Mika was the thing. Yes. Life in Cartoon Motion was an album that was pivotal to my childhood and teenage years. I grew up with these songs. I mean, Grace Kelly, Happy Ending, Love Today. I know every word to every single one of those songs. I thought Yo-Yo was a great addition to that. I loved everything about his performance. I mean, Happy Ending is one of those songs that always has a special place in my heart because it was the song we sang when I was at a very small senior school in sixth form, and all our year groups sang that as our final concert performance when we left at 18. And so there's videos of this on YouTube, but that song has a very special place in my heart. So anytime I hear it, I just start bawling. And yeah, seeing that live, both live in the arena and live on the television, I was in bits, quite frankly.
I think a lot of us, it was a real nostalgic moment for a lot of us, I think, because I mean, for me, if you're in Italy or if you're Italian, then, Mika has been on your radar for the last decade, pretty consistently, because, for stuff on X Factor and all of that. He's kind of a transplant there. He's an Italian, he's mainstay of Italian kind of pop culture now. But for me, he disappeared. As far as I was concerned, he disappeared. I mean, he didn't obviously disappear. It's just that I lost track of him. He was a big kind of iconic moment for me in my very earliest 20s. Partly because it was just so exciting to see he's part Lebanese. And that was the thing that was really exciting for me as a person of West Asian, descent, to see a West Asian pop star, massive pop, breaking the mainstream in the UK. I was in the UK, right? And obviously he was huge in the UK at that time. to me that was enormous, you know, someone who like looked a bit like me, like, you know, is a little bit West Asian like me, like not a little bit, half West Asian like me. Also, he was so gorgeous. I mean, he's still incredibly gorgeous, like but at the time, like I just remember me and my bestie just going feral over him. We were just like, oh my God, who is this? Who is this? Who is this young man? We were just he's about my age, a young man. Like we were young men too, you know, we're all young men. It was just very exciting. And his, you know, his music mostly didn't resonate very strongly for me, but like it was the thing at the time. It really was huge, and it was really fun to see. And then I kind of lost track of him, and until he like popped up in Italy, you know. I was like, oh, that's where he went. He went to Italy. Oh. And then, you know, then I discovered kind of some of the stuff that he's been doing since. And in retrospect, I'm like, oh, good. And also the fact that he came out as bi, which is huge, like as huge in Italy particularly, because like not a lot of it, there's a lot of stigma still in really a lot of Europe, actually, like definitely in parts of the Mediterranean, definitely in Italy. It's like a really big deal to come out as queer in any way. And I just I went absolutely, I think this was before we even knew he was hosting. I went absolutely feral this time last year over his duet with Michele Bravi, who, I mean, another bisexual Italian icon. My actual
Is he gay, actually?
No, bi. I think officially, I think publicly bi.
Venere, please double check you have an Italian in chat.
Sorry?
So please. I'm saying that Venushka, she's Italian.
Oh, it's Venushka Italian. Oh, cool,
yeah.
Cool, awesome. So Michele and Mika duetted on a cover of a kind of an iconic Italian song, Bella d'estate, and that I like just haven't stopped playing it basically since this time last year. I just went absolutely feral over that track. It's so good. Bella d'estate. Go look it up. If you're not familiar. I'm
gonna be 2 seconds. My cat's just brought a frog in the house.
Oh my God, not a frog! Oh, bloody hell. Not a frog. Rosie sounded much calmer than I would expect from someone whose cat was into the house.
Leave him alone. He didn't want this. You're not playing with him.
Oh my God.
Come on.
Yeah, their version is the version as far as I'm concerned now. So good. I love Michele was a discovery for me. So from Sanremo this year, I had never
this
heard
year.
Yeah, I'd
really?
never heard
you have to listen to his older songs.
Oh yeah, like I have. I'm married to him now. Of course, I'm listening to the entire back catalogue.
Yeah.
We're betrothed and married at the same time, which is possible in my head.
The frog is safe.
Oh, I've indoctrinated. So I have to shout out my Uruguayan friend again for indoctrinating me, Flor, for indoctrinating me into Bella d'estate standum. But I have since indoctrinated several other people, and apparently Fefi is one of them. Bella d'estate is on my Spotify repeat. Yep. Oh my God, yeah. Fefi and I fell in love with Michele during Sanremo. We're just like, I think a lot of us fell in love with Michele during Sanremo, to be honest.
I think his entry this year was worse than his other discography. There are songs that are
I disagree.
I love Inverno del Fiori. But I think his songs that he has been releasing right now, like Mantieni in Bacio and Zodiaco, I think they are better than.
Thank you, Venushka. Inverno dei Fiori was robbed.
Yeah. It was robbed.
It was a fucking poem. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name? I always forget his name. My other husband, my other Italian husband. Oh my God, you know the one, Fefi. You know who I'm talking about. Rosie, you know why is this happening to me?
I will know him, but I'm trying to think of the right person.
The man who won the songwriting award at Sanremo this year.
Oh,
Fabrizio?
God. I should know this.
Fabrizio Moro, yeah?
Fabrizio Moro, thank you.
Yes.
I love
a sad lad with pipes.
Yeah, sad lad with angry husky
Angry
lad.
lad.
Maybe.
Angry lad with pipe.
But no, I have no idea. The song
I love
completely.
him. Right? His song this
I don't
year
remember the song.
was like whatever to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was very upset that it won. Not upset. I was like, no, I'm proud of my husband, obviously. But anybody listening, I'm so sorry. You're like, wait, which one is their husband? All are my husband. I was like, I think it was fine that Fabrizio won the songwriting gong at Sanremo this year, but I'm surprised because there were so many incredibly written songs. I'm surprised Brividi, quite frankly, didn't win it because that's I'm jumping the gun because we're going to get to this one of the categories in a bit, but because that's a fucking poetic song. To me, there are other contenders, but to me, Inverno dei Fiori is a contender for best, like, best lyrically, best song. Anyway, I got a little sidetracked. Listen, we're talking about Mika. Obviously, we're always going to segue to Isabel's Italian husbands. This is always going to happen.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is Mika is a bicon. I'm so happy he hosted Eurovision this year. It was a great moment for all of us who grew up with him, but it was also a great moment just like for like all of the gays, quite frankly, you know. It was a good moment for us in that respect as well. It was just good. It was a good time. There haven't been that many out queer Eurovision hosts. We had one in 2019. There just haven't been that many out. Like,
I mean, we had one in 2021.
Yes, we did.
That
entire year. Yeah.
Is Jan Smit out, or is he straight?
Who?
Jan Smit.
I don't know.
I think he's straight.
I couldn't tell you.
Because I know he's a member of the Toppers, and I kind of associate them with campness, but I know he was a 2009 member of the Toppers, so...
But also, the thing though is that, like, if you have to ask, then it's like, maybe it's not that big a deal that they're...
Angus has confirmed he is straight.
Okay, well, but like, also there's a thing where, like, there's a difference between, like, kind of being aware that someone might be queer but you're not sure, but like actually like no, like seeing a bunch of hosts and knowing, right?
Yeah,
I mean, in 2019 we got like an actual speech about, like, you know, kind of queer identity in Eurovision, which was important. There's something extra important. I don't think it's, you know, I don't think that anybody owes coming out to anybody. Like, I support everybody out there on television. I understand you know, that it's not an available option for some people to come out, and it's also perfectly fine if you don't want to make it this big part of your identity. I really appreciate seeing people make it a big part of their identity, or at the very least being vocal in perhaps a country where it's not super accepted, or it's like still a risk, a career risk to even be vocally out. It's you know, it's notable, it's of note, and so it's of note that we had in Italy, we had one of our 3 hosts was an out queer man.
And we had that with our performers this year. I mean, Urs with Romania, Andrea with Macedonia.
I mean, we'd be here for hours if we listed all of the queer performers at Eurovision this year. There were so many, and it was so good to see. And I think so many. I think that we owe a debt to Måneskin for that, because they have been so vocal themselves, not just about queer support, but literally, like, both Vic and Ethan are queer in various, you know, in various respects, like have identities that are queer, and particularly Vic, very vocal about that. You know, like, we knew from like the jump that she was out and proud bisexual. It was a big part of her identity, a big part of like what they talked about as well. So we owe them a debt, I think, that it's possible not just to perform at Eurovision and be queer, but also to win, and to then conquer the world. Like, I think it's part of a movement that's been happening for a while, that it's becoming more comfortable for artists to be out and proud. But we've seen it explode really only in the last like couple of years. And I think that Måneskin are part of that movement, and I think they also have helped.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We had a lot of queer winners lately. I mean, Loreen, we had Conchita, we had Duncan, Måneskin.
Most of them were not out at the time, and that is important. It is important because obviously it's amazing that people like Loreen and and others have come out since. That's wonderful that they were able to come out eventually, but to be out and to win, only Conchita and Dana International had ever done that, to be out at the time that they won.
Cat's
So
got
until last
again.
year.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hide it well enough, clearly.
That's cool. Vanushka, who, as Yannick said, is Italian, says, yeah, it seems like things are slowly changing in the Italian society regard among the youth for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, sorry, Angus, thank you.
Duncan was out. Yeah, I think he just changed his label after the Eurovision, because he was out as bi, but I think in later years he just said that he just lied to his for his what's it called? Yeah, he just said that
the Waves wasn't out at the time, Ewan. I mean, I may be wrong, but I'm like 95% certain Katrina was not out at the time. Wait, sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't follow Yannick.
So Duncan won.
Out as bi at the time that he won.
Yeah, but he just it was his inner homophobia telling he's attracted to women, and just he realized that he is not. So he was very vocal. I think it was this year or last year that he just said that the inner homophobia just in himself was pressuring him to be bi. That's why he was bi for a very long time, and just recently realized that
identity's changed, and that's fine.
Yeah,
like that's completely reasonable. Bloody hell, I thought I was straight for like the majority of my life. But I mean, the fact that he was vocally out and proud by at the time of his win is, important. It's like 2019 really started that trend. And I say trend not in the sense that like, oh, it's a trend to be queer. No, we've always been here. I mean the trend to be like out and proud and also participating in Eurovision. That I just feel like, thank you, Angus, for like pointing that out, because Duncan in some ways you could even say was like kind of an important part of that. I mean, Conchita probably really, really swung it. Like there's something about Conchita's win that like, I'm biased though. I've said this, Conchita basically transed me. Like, so I think a lot of us really kind of, those of us who maybe were still working through our identities, I think Conchita moved us a couple of rungs up the ladder towards understanding our identities. I'm sure for a lot of us. But it's all a journey. It's all a kind of it's all been a continuum. You can't talk about Conchita without talking about Dana International. But anyway, all of this to say that Mika's a bi. We support him in this household. Best lyrics. This is good.
I think just to really quickly answer Ewan's question, which is, was Katrina from the Waves out at the time or not? I have tried to find this out and found very conflicting answers.
Oh, because I thought she wasn't, but I'm also not exactly a Katrina and the Waves fan, so I'm not the best source.
So the sort of evidence I can find suggests that she came out in the mid-90s, which for me suggests before 97, but I also can't find any evidence either way of her coming out or coming out before then, essentially. So I have no idea is the answer. I was reasonably sure she was for a while, but I am now not sure.
There's also, I mean, and again, I'm not saying that like anybody should feel like they have to do this, but there is something also sort of different about being like in the Eurovision media circus talking about being queer. And that is different to like, we had a lot of queer artists at this year's Eurovision. Not all of them talked about being queer, and that's fine. That is completely okay. But I'm always so grateful for the ones that do talk about it. So like, people like Vic from Måneskin. I'm like drawing a blank now.
And the wonderful sister.
So, sister who like just waved the trans flag wherever they had the opportunity to, or a trans pride t-shirt wherever they had the opportunity to.
Even in their promo photos, they've all got trans right shirts on, like icons.
Two of them are queer.
It means something. It does mean something to see that, because I mean, I grew up in the 90s when I didn't see that at all, ever. And yeah, for a lot of us who watch, and I'm sure that this isn't news to a lot of you listeners and viewers, people in the chat, but like for those of us who like aren't used to seeing ourselves on screen or in media, it actually does make a big difference. Just like seeing people that are talking about your identity existing, because we literally like a lot of people are like, no, that identity is not valid still, you know. So yeah, it is meaningful. Like I say, it's not required, you know, it should never be required of somebody to like make that a part of their public profile, but I'm always grateful when people do make it a part of their public profile. Anyway, best lyrics.
Cool. So
very, very intrigued to see how this one goes.
There's some interesting results in this one. So in our 5th place with 3.5% is Fade to Black. In 4th place,
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if that's your favorite song. I'm so sorry.
In 4th place with 8.1%, it's Incorpore Sano. In 3rd place with 8.5% is Hold Me Closer. And in 2nd place with 18.2%, it's Give That All for Banana. And in 1st place with 29.2%, it's River.
I just want to recognize the lyrics of Give That Wolf a Banana for a moment. They are literally perfect. They are so good. I didn't vote. This isn't my winner, but I'm just going to jump in here before anybody can be like, this voting is skewed. Yeah, the voting's skewed. Of course the voting's skewed. It's not the best lyrics. But Steffi can vouch for this. The lyrics to Give That Wolf a Banana make me like giddy. They're so good. They're so silly. They're so good. It sounds like a song I made up for my cats. I sing to my cats every dinner time. Because it's like a little Pavlovian response, right? It's like, it means that like if they're like out gallivanting or marauding, like I sing Summertime, the Gershwin, not the Will Smith. Is there a Will Smith song called something? Anyway, I sing like the old classic songbook song Summertime, but I replace all the lyrics obviously with cat dinner specific lyrics. And it calls them in from wherever they are. They like just hear the opening bars and they come running. It's very handy for me. But it's also quite a delightful little silly whimsical moment. And I mean quite often, especially latterly, because I've had my cats for eight years now, I often just replace all the lyrics with meow, 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 meow. And that sort of has the same energy as Give That Wolf a Banana. I mean, literally, yum, 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 like that. It actually sounds like that. And that is part of why I love it so much. But also, I Want Your Grandma, yum, yum. Impeccable. Peak songwriting. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, I mean, I'm just going to say that it deserves its place. Maybe not 2nd place, but it deserves its place.
I have to admit, this was possibly one of the easiest categories for me to vote in, and it had to go to Constructor, quite frankly.
Yep.
I just think those lyrics are genius. I think they are serious and satirical and witty and so interesting. And I have to admit that after 2021 had 2 songs with some of possibly the best Eurovision lyrics of all time, which for me are Growing Up Is Getting Old and Birth of a New Age.
Yep. Okay, good. We're on the same page.
Both of those songs have some of the most stunning lyrics I have ever heard. Agreed. It was a little bit of a drop in terms of sort of general overall lyrical quality for me this year. I
disagree.
But Incorpore Sano was just so interesting and so different, and I love those lyrics. Every time I read them, I see something new in them, and I just think they're brilliant.
So I agree with you that Birth of a New Age, I mean, particularly Birth of a New Age, has had such fucking exceptional lyrics to me. But actually, I think this year was lyrically, there was a lot that was really not particularly exciting, but there were a lot of songs for me. I'm a lyrics binge, okay? Like, I know not everybody is. It's absolutely fine. I won't understand you if you're not a lyrics binge, but I accept that not everybody is. I am like, I can fall in love with a song that I formerly wasn't particularly hot on if the lyrics are everything to me, you know? So I actually disagree. I think this year had a lot lyrically that was really exciting. But like maybe not in exactly the same way. Like Birth of a New Age and Growing Up is Getting Old are like, they're like clever and poetic and they're clever, they're really clever. And they're very emotionally like evocative, like they pull you emotionally. They're kind of they're heavy, they're about heavy stuff as well. But this year we had some of that. I mean, Incorporate Sano is like a combination of like stuff that's humorous and satirical. It's satire, but that's also really quite heavy and dark. But we had a lot of brilliant lyrics that were so silly, and Give That Wolf a Banana falls into that category. Obviously, give that salad your what? No.
Eat your salad.
Eat that wolf a salad. No. Okay. Yeah. So Eat Your Salad was like kind of lyrically brilliant, but like so ridiculous. And Slow-Mo actually. So in my top 5, Slow-Mo is in my top 5 lyrically, and don't even at me. I don't want to hear it. It is, I've already talked about Spanglish and the place that holds in my heart. The song is about the power of her ass. It is so good. It's so good. It is like, it's ludicrous and poetic. Like, ¿te gusta esto lo que tengo? ¿Te endulza la cara con jugo y mango? It's nude, it's raunchy, it's like alluring, it's sexy, and it's like utterly ridiculous. I'm just chef's kiss. 20,000 out of 10. It's not my winner. I mean, my winner is actually Mejai Cantisol, which I think somebody mentioned in the chat. Yeah, thank you. And Maro and Sister.
Maro also, yeah.
I'm fully in agreement on both of those choices.
I don't know if I'd put Maro in the top 5. I do love those lyrics. I think they're perfect for the song. I think that there are other stronger, well, not stronger, but I just think there's other stuff that's like more lyrically like dazzling, stuff like Incorpore Sano, Fulen, quite frankly, lyrically dazzling. Not just because it's in Breton, but partly because it's in Breton. But for me, I voted for Sister in this category. Mejai Cantisol, and this is tough because there are literally fewer than 400,000 people in the world that speak Icelandic. I'm not one of them. I understand a little. I'm a student of Icelandic, but I had to go and look it up in translation. I couldn't get it from, but I guess the poetry of the lyrics and the poetry of the language are both kind of important factors to me. The lyrics for Mejai Cantisol are so soothing and so sort of simply beautiful, and they are clever. They are kind of like clever in an understated way. They're sort of they're sort of gently poetic. Like it's all this imagery that's like about the rising sun after like a long cold night. You can see it as a spring song. You can see it as obviously as like a darkest hour before the dawn song. It's like very much that. They're gorgeous in the mouth. Like it's the song that I sing to myself the most because it's just lyrically so beautiful and sonically so beautiful. Like the words just sound so good. There's also something to me about the fact that, so I didn't actually know, because they were talking about trans pride so much throughout the season, and we knew that one of them, I can't remember if it's Siga or Beta. Is it Siga? One of them has a trans child, and so that's presumably partly why it's so close to their heart. but it's only
one of the singers is also trans.
Yeah. No, not well. I mean, I don't know if she identifies as trans. She identifies
One of the girls is genderqueer.
Gender fluid. So Aileen identifies as a gender fluid lesbian. So not everybody who's gender fluid identifies as trans. That's why I'm being specific about that. She might identify as trans. I don't know. I'm genderqueer and I identify as trans. But I didn't know that until quite recently that that Aileen. But so the reason I bring this up is because the bridge is all about soaring and then finding inner peace. And it's Aileen who sings the bridge. And that's important to me. Yeah. You know, it's important to me. I don't think it's a mistake. They were obviously so conscientious about the image and the message that they wanted to present throughout the season. So to me, the fact that they all have gorgeous voices, I think any one of them could have sung the bridge. The fact that they decided Aileen was going to sing the bridge, I don't think that's an accident, you know, and there's something really extra powerful to me. Like, I loved the song already. There's something really lovely about the fact that it's this queer person who's singing about finding independence. And that moment where she puts her hand on her heart, it's like, oh, I feel that now. That hits different. Someone in the chat is saying arguments could be made for Estine here as well. Angus is saying, yeah, I agree. I think Deepta was lyrically one of the most gut punch. But for me, also, Brividi. I mentioned it before. The thing that Brividi is a perfect example of a song actually that like wouldn't have got me as much as it did if it hadn't been for the lyrics, because it's musically fine and the vocal performance is pretty. I mean, I know not everybody agrees. Angus doesn't agree. It's fine. I think they sound like angels, especially when they sing together. But it's the lyrics that get me with Brividi. It's so poetic and it matches the music. So for me, the thing that really does it for me with the lyrics is when the lyrics and the music just kind of like match each other and coalesce to create something like greater than the sum, you know. I mean, I'm not saying anything groundbreaking here. I'm sure that that's how other people feel too.
I mean, I have a friend with a Brividi tattoo, so he
really. What's the tattoo? What does it say? Is it about
E mi voglio ti amare me sbaglio sempre?
Oh, that's sad.
And it has so he got it to commemorate a trip to Italy, not for Eurovision, but so it's got the lyrics and they are surrounding the two hands from Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling.
Oh,
gorgeous.
That sounds gorgeous. For me, the lyric in Brividi that absolutely gets me. I mean, there are a lot that get me in there. I really love the lyric about spilling wine on the bed, like you with the spilling your red wine on the bed. But the one that gets me is I would steal ti vorrei rubare un cielo di perle. I would steal a sky of pearls. Like, I don't even know what that means, but I don't care. It's so gorgeous. Oh yeah, the lyrics really get me with that.
I just wanted to ask about Iceland. Have you seen the comment about the lyrics about the song? One of the members in the song happening semi-final. There was a comment from I can send you the link for this.
Wait, from whom?
One of the sister members commented on a video that was the semi-final performance of Song for Happening, and she talked about the meaning of the song, about how in Iceland the sun rarely appears.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
I wanted to also comment about our list here. I am Hold Me Closer is a song that's very, very impactful for me, mainly lyrically and her performance, but I wanted to throw another song that I relate to because autism is very, very, it's a topic that's very close to me. I have an autistic brother that's his autism is very, very hard, and he doesn't function without parents, and I am on the autism spectrum. But Australia, despite me not liking the song that much, and I'm thinking that the chorus could be different, but I just think that the that was amazing. And I was really touched by the lyrics of it.
I think the thing for me with Australia was that I wish that maybe there had been another, I don't know, it felt like it didn't do as much as it could have done lyrically. I feel like I felt like it was maybe like a first draft, and that I would have liked to have seen.
Because it was the first draft.
Was it? I would have liked to have seen maybe a more experienced songwriter come in and say, okay, I'm really getting what you're trying to do with this, but like, how about trying this word here? How about we make the chorus different? Because
Do you know the history behind the song? The lyrics of the song?
Well, I mean, obviously I know why he wrote the song, but I don't know like the process, which it sounds like you do.
Sheldon said that he wrote the lyric when he was 9 years old, and he just
But he didn't
from
change
the
it.
lyrics. No,
oh damn.
he
Okay,
just
well,
took the lyrics.
I mean, I get the rawness of the performance. I imagine connected with maybe the fact that it was his unchanged piece from when he was a kid. So I can see why you might want to not change it, because it's important, like, and very personal to him. There is elements of those lyrics I did really like, and I agree with you. I think it's amazing that he brought that, like, just the kind of the theme, the topic, and that how personal it was to him. Like, he really got specific with the lyrics. I wish he'd got more specific with the lyrics, or that maybe just fixing the chorus would have done it, because the chorus was so vague, actually. And I didn't know what it was about until I read literally like his explanation of what it was about. I was like, oh, well, okay, well, that's amazing. A little bit like Vladana and Breathe. I didn't know what it was about until I like read her explanation. Then I was like, oh, that's amazing. But I didn't get that. It's a problem when you don't get it.
Unfortunately, this year, a lot of songs, I like to call this the Maneskin influence, when the chorus is just one line over and over and over and over.
And the problem is,
Parla.
that they changed up the pronouns in it, and that's what made the chorus so interesting for Ziti Ebwani. And there is this pattern in Eurovision sometimes where people see songs or acts that do well, but they latch on to the wrong reason why it does well. It's why 2007 and 2008 were full of troll acts, because they see Lordi and they go, ha ha, funny men in monster costumes, and not, this is a really great rock song.
Well, I wouldn't say it's great, but yeah.
But it stood out at the time, and it was bringing something different to the table.
The thing that was exciting that people voted for was the fact that it was like a rock genre, not just a rock genre, but a one that we hadn't seen at Eurovision. Like,
and the genre was different, and yes, it had the gimmicky costumes, and that added to the whole performance and the mystique of them and everything. But then everyone goes, ha ha, funny men in monsters, and then we get 2 years full of
novelty
just
entries.
the turkey.
Well, and some of those novelty entries are incredibly iconic. I mean, would we?
Yeah, I'm not going to say all of them were bad, but some of them were.
Right. I think you're absolutely right that people latch onto the wrong thing. Like, I mean, Mons Zermelov won because he's an incredibly charismatic performer, amongst other reasons. And I feel like we then saw just so many sad lads with like kind of some sort of quirky digital trickery. And I mean, the thing is that like some people responded to that. I just, every single time I was like, you're trying to do a Sweden, but the thing that was exciting about Monza's performance wasn't, I mean, I personally really hate I really hate Sweden 2015's like sort of staging. That's like I think it's so twee. But I know that there were other people who really liked it. But that is the part that people seem to latch onto, was like, oh, if we just do some like digital stuff and then we interact with the digital stuff, then people love it. I mean, it sometimes works, you know, and but for me, it's like, no, you're not getting it. That's not the reason it's good, is that, you know, this performer is charismatic, or like the song is a good song. I think you're right, Rosie.
Should we go to the next category? Because we've got 4 more to do, and it's 11 p.m. where we are and gone midnight where Yannick is. So we've got
Sorry, Tim.
Best Melody. In fifth, we've discussed most of these entries pretty heavily, so
we don't have to linger.
It should be a fairly rapid category. In fifth place with 2.9%, it's Disco by LPS.
Wow.
In fourth place with 3.3%, it's Fade to Black by Nadir Istamli. In third place with 7% is Hold Me Closer by Cornelia Jacobs. And in second place, Give That Wolf a Banana by Subwoofer, this time with 19.5%. And first place, River by Ockman with 29.5%.
I couldn't disagree with more with all of these. Like, to me, all of these are melodically completely unremarkable, with a possible exception of Subwoofer, which I think that melody really is catchy. Like, it really sticks in your head. But to me, the thing that's strong about all of these songs is not the melody, actually. So I'm really like perplexed to see all of these on here. But perhaps not surprised, because I know that the top four anyway, I know that they're favorites. So I think for a lot of people, these are their favorite songs. I've seen some people in the chat like surprised to see Nadir here. Like, Azerbaijan has a huge fan base. Generally, Azerbaijani artists have a huge fan base in the fandom. So I'm never surprised to see Azerbaijan on a list like this. But I'm also not surprised to see Nadir on this list in any of these categories, because I know that a lot of people absolutely love him as an artist and loved Fade to Black. I know that. I observed it, and it at the time was very confusing to me. I respect it a bit more now. But so on the one hand, I'm not surprised to see these, because these are obviously people's favorite songs. Your favorite song has probably got a melody you love. It's just probably how it's going to go. But I completely, even the songs on this list that I like, there aren't many, I disagree that they are the best melody. But I'm curious to hear what your best melodies
isn't here.
What are your favorite melodies?
I'm surprised that Fulen isn't on this list.
Oh, I'm happy to hear you say that, Yannick, because I think I voted for Fulen because it's the song that has been stuck in my head literally since I first saw their audition, and it's the melody that has stuck in my head. Like that la 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 chorus is just, it lives in your head and never lets you go, and I love that. So that was my top, but I'm happy to hear you say that. I don't expect it to be other people's favorite melody, I guess.
I mean, Fulen is my fourth place this year. It was second during the final, and one of the main reasons is the melody for them. I thought really cool. Olvan's whole discography is just melodically very, very well done. So I'm surprised. I thought more people were going to like it, but
so did I.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm very surprised Disco is here. I absolutely love Disco, but I wasn't sure it would appear. I'm very happy Hold Me Closer is here, because I think that the melody of Hold Me Closer is one of reasons the song is doing well. There are some performances of Cornelia with orchestra, and I thought that was so very fitting to the song.
So unremarkable to me, like it's so unmemorable. I struggle to remember it. I think she's a very compelling performer to watch, but there's both the song generally, but especially the lyrics and the melody are like, they're nothing to me, and it's interesting. But for you, it's obviously completely opposite.
Yeah.
So what would be your first place, Cornelia?
I don't remember what I voted, but I think right now, if I vote, I think more France than Cornelia. I think France is much more musically for me than lyrically, because I don't understand Breton, so I had to look up. But with Hold Me Closer, I prefer the lyrics over music. Yeah.
I think for me, there's two very glaring sort of omissions from this list. I think the first is Tranila Chul.
Oh, I thought you might say that.
That melody is addictive. That is an earworm, and there is something in the blood of that music that gets inside you, and you feel the beat in a way that it's impossible not to just get up and dance. And even I listen to it on the when I'm just out and about, and I cannot stop my body from moving to it. There is something in that. And I think the other one, I kind of get why it's not on here, because I think it's kind of deceptive. But actually, my vote for this one went to Lithuania. I think Sentimente, as a bit of jazz music, it is complex and intricate, and there's no big impressive high notes in there. But again, Monica Liu delivered perfect vocals in every performance, and that is a hard song to sing. I think for me, because I'm mostly a singer, I tend to look when I'm thinking about melodies, I'm very focused on the vocal line a lot of the time. So for me, Sentimente's vocal line is so interesting, and I really would have liked to have seen it get a little bit more sort of love, essentially. On that same note, while I find Fade to Black as a song generally, I find it generally, it's fine. That vocal part is so fun to sing. There is something about the way that song builds that is so satisfying as a singer to perform it. It is so good. And
for
so
me it was Nadia's vocals and not the melody that stood out, and I completely agree with that. It's his vocals, not the melody. But I agree with you, Rosie, that it is there's something about the way that he sings it that makes you want to sing it.
Yeah, it's a singer's song, essentially.
Also, Cyprus.
Sorry,
Cyprus could be also a good addition to the list here. I think
I agree.
We talked about the Cyprus melody earlier today, because it was one of the reasons why we loved Ella. So I am surprised that maybe it was close to the top 5, but I don't think so. But I think Ella was very great melodically.
I'm so happy to hear you say that, because I was gonna say it as well. It's one of my favorite melodies from this year too. Yeah.
And I think
I was thinking. I'm sorry.
I think again, the vocal part for me really reflects what Isabel was saying earlier about that sort of Mediterranean element to the music. That's those sort of runs in the music, all those scales. Oh, they're gorgeous.
Exactly. Good times.
Next category?
Yeah, let's do it.
Next category.
We're on the home stretch now.
We are very much on the home stretch.
So
our next category is what we've called most enduring song. And what we're sort of meaning by this is the song that we think is going to stick around in terms of general collective consciousness. So this is the song it's Waterloo, it's Ne partez pas sans moi, it's Dancing La Chatumbai. It's the song that sticks with you from these years. So this is the song that we think people are still going to be listening to in 5, 10, 20 years time from this year. So in 5th place with 4.7% is Slow Mo. In 4th place with 6.3% is Hold Me Closer. In 3rd place with 6.5% is Spaceman. And in 2nd place with 19%, Give That Wolf a Banana. And in 1st place with 28.6%, it's River.
Wow.
And for me, there is Angus has said it in the chat, there's a huge omission in this, because where is Snap?
I disagree.
Yeah.
I don't think that looking at the streaming numbers necessarily gives you an indication of what's going to be most enduring.
I think that is true, but I think Snap for me has expanded so beyond the Eurovision sphere.
Interesting.
That I think I don't think it's necessarily going to be remembered as a Eurovision song, but I think it's possibly embedded itself enough that I think people will remember it.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
sort of
quite
thing I could see coming up on like the. If you're not British, we have a music quiz show called The Hit List. It's the sort of thing I could see coming up on that in a few years' time.
That's interesting. Yeah, maybe so. Angus, are you trolling? Angus says I voted Lock Me In, if I recall correctly. Probably the only person to do so.
I'll find that out if you were.
You're not for real, are you? Please, Mirkus, please tell me you're not for real. I literally forget. I forget that Georgia was even in the contest this year.
Really?
Because that's how forgettable I think Lock Me In is.
Guess how many people voted for Lock Me In?
Despite all of their efforts to be all gimmicky and quirky, it's just not memorable enough. Like
4 people agreed with
just be quirky.
I have a lot of
for me, part of it was
fans,
I listened to some of Circus Mirkus's other songs and I really liked them. There's I can't remember the name of it. I think it's
Rosie,
2034 or something like that.
You and Angus's dad, apparently. Angus's dad is now a Circus Mirkus stan. So you and Mr. Postma should I don't know.
Honestly, Lewis's parents
together or something, become
super into it. So I'm wondering if it is a sort of. I mean, I enjoyed Lock Me In. It's not my favorite of Georgia's entries as a self-declared Georgia stan. It's not my favorite of their entries from the last sort of 5 years or so, but I enjoy it when I hear it. But I do wonder sort of what about that song just really gets some people. And yeah, like I say, Lewis's family loved it. We were getting texts from them when we were sat in Turin being like, why didn't they qualify?
I will say that that Take Me to the Spacecraft, Take Me to Dance Club is one of the best lyrics I have ever heard in my life. I'm only being partly ironic. Like, I think that is, let's talk about nonsense lyrics. I have like a high intolerance for nonsense lyrics, but sometimes a nonsense lyric comes along, you're just like, that's the one. I love that lyric. Yeah. Take Me to the Spacecraft, Take Me to Dance Club, brilliant, love it. I guess, melodically the song isn't for me at all. It's just really, I just completely forget it even exists all the time, which is a shame. I'm just seeing Vanushka saying with Snap, it's like, it's blowing up now, but is it going to stand the test of time? And yeah, that's I think true. That's the question, isn't it? We can't know, like Rosie says, maybe it'll actually be like a song that everybody knows in 10 years' time, nobody remembers as a Eurovision song. I do think that there's something very commercial about Snap. It was why I didn't like it for a really long time. Now I'm like warmer about it. But I still kind of resent the fact that that's what Armenia sent, because I'm an Armenia stan, and it's like anybody could have sent that. Not everybody can send what Armenia often sends. But Lock Me In has that specific 90s alt vibe that I love, says Angus. That vibe can rub me up the wrong way, or it can be really nostalgic and fun for me. And for me, Lock Me In, it's like 90s filler. It's like 90s B-side, which I don't remember any of the 90s B-sides I actually owned, let alone one that's coming out in the year 2022 when there's other incredible stuff that I think deserves to endure. It's a difficult question though, what's the most enduring song, partly because we just can't know what trends are going to be and what is going to endure and for what reason, because something couldn't, like, it could be Give That Wolf a Banana or Eat Your Salad, because memes endure, don't they? But at the same time, it could literally be Hold Me Closer. Maybe Hold Me Closer is the new Euphoria. I don't think it is, but I mean, to me, Hold Me Closer is like, it's filler level. I'm really glad that Sweden has broken its like mediocre fuckboy like spell, because I'm quite frankly I'd had enough of it. I mean, there was never a point where I hadn't had enough of it. Basically, it was just, we're all a bit bored of that, I think. So I'm glad they sent a kind of a slightly indie kind of voiced female vocalist this year. That's refreshing. I hope that, but I'm much more excited about what that might mean for what Sweden sends in the future, more than I'm excited about specifically this song and this artist. In terms of what I think is going to be it's interesting to see this list, because like Spaceman to me it's already dated. Like it's sort of like part of the reason that it worked as a UK entry was that it's redolent of like older UK song styles. Like I think that's why people resonated with it as a UK entry. But to me, it's already not fresh, you know. Like I love Sam Ryder as a person, as a presence, and I really did enjoy Spaceman as a, you know, on stage in the end. But I don't necessarily think the song itself is going to be enduring. I might be wrong. It might literally end up, you know, it's tough. Like with songs like that, it's like they could end up on the next John Lewis Christmas advert. But that's how they're going to be enduring. They're not going to be enduring because they're like, I don't know, maybe I'm being really mean here and not fair. I don't even remember what song I voted for in this category. I think it might have been Slow Mo. But the thing is, like, the reason that I'm not completely sure is that there's something very of the moment, like it's very representative of like of contemporary pop music. And when I say contemporary, I really mean pop music of the last like decade and a half, because Eurovision is not usually very forward looking. It's very redolent of the way that reggaeton has become popular as kind of like a crossover into mainstream pop over the last decade and a half. And so there's no way of knowing whether that will feel very, it's possible that Slow Mo will feel very, very 2022 in 10 years. That doesn't necessarily mean it won't be enduring though, because enduring doesn't necessarily mean like timeless. Enduring just means we're going to be listening to it. We're going to remember it. We're going to keep listening to it. To me, Slow Mo is the song that I think I'm going to remember the most for the longest from this year. And I could be wrong, but that's how I feel. I just feel like it's really, really irresistible, and I can't see it not being irresistible. It's a song that makes you immediately want to dance. It's a song with lyrics that are really like fun and catchy, and again also irresistible. Like it's a song that kind of comes into my mind a lot, you know. So to me, that's what enduring means.
I think you make a really good point about the meme thing, particularly because I think who would have, if we'd done these awards in 2010 and 2011, who would have voted for Runaway and Rockefeller Street? And yet they are the songs that have endured through meme culture more than anything else.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a really good point, actually. And yeah, who knows, quite frankly. And I also think the other thing as well is, and I'm hardly the authority to talk on this because this goes over my head, but how TikTok has changed the music industry drastically in the last 2 or 3 years. Again, I don't know how that's going to look. And
we never know what's going to be big on TikTok next.
Absolutely.
And geez, like Måneskin, whoever would have thought that Zitie Buoni wouldn't be their biggest hit?
Absolutely.
We did not see that coming, but it would be something like that they recorded when they were like babies. X Factor, like who saw that coming? And a cover of all things, like no one saw that coming. Angus is definitely trolling us, Rosie. And consider ourselves fools for not voting for Bulgaria in this category, says Angus. I'm just going to like ignore you. Well, I mean, I haven't. I've given you the attention you crave, clearly. Venushka makes a good point. Venushka says, I'd say Spaceman has a kind of timeless quality to it. Yes, I could see it being a radio hit in the noughts, but also now. And that, I think I didn't quite manage to explain, but what you've done is kind of touch on it. That a lot of these picks are kind of like, they're safe. Hold Me Closer and Spaceman, they're like very, and like River in a way, right? They're very safe songs. You know, it's hard to really object to them musically, and often that actually is what endures. And it's interesting because sometimes that also is what makes something forgettable. And it's like, what is the thing that makes that? What is the thing that decides that? You know?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Fefi makes a great point. Spaceman might be enduring as a UK entry, but not as a song, more as a, oh my God, remember that time the UK
The one time.
Fefi clearly is not doesn't have much faith in this being the beginning of the UK's revival Renaissance era.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, same.
I'm just looking at it. I'm surprised that Ukraine wasn't here, because I think it's also a very good song that people will remember because of the what is happening right now. The Stefania became an anthem for.
I think it's a bad song, but I think people will remember it. So, you know, even if you don't think it's a good song, which I do not, I think that in terms of enduring song, I agree with you, Yannick. I'm surprised not to see Ukraine here in most enduring song.
Overall, I'm surprised Ukraine appeared only once, despite being the winner of 2022.
Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Would you like to move on to our next one? It's our penultimate category.
Oh, Rosie, what do you think the most enduring song will be, though? Did you say?
I voted for Snap because I was voting right in the middle of the Snap hype. But again, I think you made some brilliant points about it's so hard to predict. And I think it is interesting. I think it is going to be interesting to look back on this in 10 years and see how right we were.
Yeah.
Or whether we completely missed the mark on something.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, Itro Salad was also viral before Eurovision, and no one is talking about Itro Salad anymore. So,
True. I like the idea that in like 50 years, the like enduring song will be "Give That Wolf a Banana," though. I like the idea that everybody would be like, "I want your grandma, yum yum."
I mean, I'm hoping that you will still be singing it to your cats in that. That era.
They will. They are immortal. I've decided that they're immortal. Yes.
So we move on to our penultimate category, and this is the Mons Almalove Award for Aesthetic Excellence, which is our fancy name for the Thirst Award. This is the award where we celebrate the fact that people who compete in Eurovision are really attractive, and we are voting for the most attractive person, group, etc. For clarity on this, we did not include LPS in this award because some of their members are under 18 and that would be weird. But every other act was eligible for this award. We didn't do it as individuals, we just did it as single artists or groups, depending on how they performed.
I'm so intrigued to see how this one, you already know I have thoughts and feelings about this category.
So in 5th place is a famous singer from Estonia. It is Stefan, and he got 4.2% of the vote.
I was one of them.
Top choice. In 4th place with 4.3% of the vote is another tie. We have Achille Lauro and Chanel. In 3rd place with 4.6% of the vote is Alvan and Ahez.
Yes!
And in 2nd place, Subwoofer, and in 1st place it's Ockman. Subwoofer got 21.7% and Ockman got 28.8%.
Orion says, if Ockman wins this, I won't even be surprised, just disappointed. Orion, same.
Honestly surprised there was a woman on this list. There were 4 women on this
kidding
list.
Me? You didn't think Chanel would be on this list? What are you smoking?
Chanel, yeah.
Like, in what universe is Chanel not on this list? Like, what do you want? Respect.
I'm just surprised that wolves are on this list.
I'm not surprised. I've seen some fan art of the wolves, you lot.
Yeah.
No.
I've seen some highly fan art of the wolves that I mean, not my speed, but like wasn't all bad. Just gonna say that it wasn't all bad. Also, I literally have a crush on Keith. Like, what? Who am I to judge? I've had a crush on Keith this entire time.
I mean, for me, this was Alvaro Hez's award. There was a little bit of competition, but I had no other clear option to vote for. I think every single member of that group is stunningly beautiful.
Yeah.
Unacceptably hot, quite
I
frankly.
I don't remember.
every time I look at them, I'm just like, wow.
Wow.
Do you know what?
Whatever
I didn't vote
dance
for
he
them.
created, you did a really good job that day.
Yeah.
I mean, plot twist is that I had, so Ewan said, honestly, Ewan said, like, not gonna lie, this was what was it? You said exactly, this was the most difficult one to pick. I actually agree. I think that like I think that literally this could have gone to like, there are like a dozen options.
Yeah.
But my mermaid queen, but Chanel, but Alvan Inez. But in the end, I actually voted for Akil Lauro. Lauro got my vote here.
Pretends to be shocked.
Lauro got my vote. It was a near thing. It was a near thing. But yeah, I mean, Fefi says Chanel is brain-breakingly hot. Exactly. But quite
I'm
frankly,
honestly shocked she wasn't higher.
me too. Quite frankly,
Yeah.
Alvan is brain-breakingly hot. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, in some ways, he just looks like some guy, but there's something about him, and I think it's the kohl eyeliner, I'm not gonna lie, that like, it's not just that actually, it's like his performance presence, actually. It's his performance presence. Like,
The wink.
Don't even get me. The wink is so cheesy, I can't handle it at all. But it's also no less than I would expect from my favorite himbo. It's do you know what it is? It's like it's just the like the abandon of the dance that like just takes him over, and yeah, it's also the style. Alvan is like unspeakably hot. It's unacceptable. Yeah. But I'm saying this openly. I'm not alone here. Like we've seen Twitter. We've seen how it's gone for Twitter. And
Alvan should just get an award for the off-season that happened. Just give him a medal for defending himself from other people on Twitter.
Do you seriously think that people voted for France or anything other than Alvan, says Ewan?
As a person who very much did, yes.
Yeah.
Like that band hits me on both sides of my.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a huge crush on the brunette Sterren. Huge, massive. I had a crush on Sterren before I had a crush on Alvan. And now I just have a crush on all of them. But like, I also Mute's no longer here. Mute, I believe, has already proposed to Marine. They are to be married. So yeah, no, that I do recognize that Alvan probably takes the lion's share of like the first, but there's a lot of like passionate and ardent feelings for Ayes as well. Alvan and Ayes welcome bisexuality, honestly, says Orion. Yeah, that exactly. Oh, Ewan says, where is Brooke? Interesting question. Brooke's not on my radar, but you know, maybe that's unfair. Maybe she should be. Ochman's grip on these awards is too strong. He needs to be nursed.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it was a real question, wasn't it? Like, what do we do about the fact that we've clearly been swarmed by the fan groups? And the thing is, the fan groups love the artists.
Yeah.
And that's great. It's great that they love the artists.
Yeah, that was pretty. I mean, it's why we're announcing top fives rather than top threes. Because
can I just say, I love Luis's comment. Luis's comment. Gosh, I think Alvan is really handsome. I don't know. He's charming.
I mean, yes.
Mood. What a mood. Is there anybody else who didn't make it? I'm so happy that Akil's on here, because the thing is, Akil Lauro, not a conventional beauty, okay? Yeah. Like ugly beautiful springs to mind, but in terms of aesthetic, the phrase is aesthetic excellence, and like quite frankly, in terms of the performance as well as the man Lauro, it's aesthetic excellence from end to end. I'm surprised Mahmoud and Blanco aren't, like, confusing my Spanish and my Italian. I'm surprised Mahmoud and Blanco aren't on here, actually, because they came quite close too. I have such a crush on Mahmoud. He's just so beautiful.
Yeah, they came in sixth place.
Okay, well, that makes me happy.
Okay, yeah. I'm happy Stefan is here. It was I was one of my. I think I don't remember if I voted for Havana Hess or Stefan, but yeah,
it's great happy when you can't remember who you thought was hottest.
Yeah,
it's not a bad problem.
Also, big congratulations to Stefan and his partner who are having a child.
Oh.
They have announced fairly recently, and wow, what beautiful human beings! Like, wow.
It's
Have you seen Stefan's sister?
Oh my god!
I
Do you know how she looks? She also had the good genes.
The Armenian genes. I mean, I'm not Armenian.
And she's called Stefania, więc
I'm gonna say it's those West Asian genes. They're good.
Are we ready for our final award?
Oh.
Yeah, I have many thoughts, feelings, and opinions about this award.
This is going to be a fun one. So our final award it's our only write-in category. So I spent many hours coding all of your responses because I'm a good little social scientist. This is our award for meme or moment of the season, and we got so many brilliant options for this. We had so many great moments to remember, so many fantastic memes that went around. I can't remember them all off the top of my head because it's getting on to midnight here and I only got 3 hours sleep last night. So I listed some of them on the article I wrote on that Eurovision site, which Tim will have posted or will be about to post. So please check that out for some other brilliant moments that we had this season. But I haven't got percentages for this because of how I coded it. But I do have a top 5. So in 5th place, it's Brooke. It's just Brooke. Brooke's existence. My personal favorite one that got mentioned by a few people was her losing her passport on the way to the Spanish pre-party and proving her identity to the Spanish border police by making them watch That's Rich. Which
iconic.
If you haven't seen the TikTok, again, I have linked it in the article. She got her own iceberg by the end of the season. She had that much to go on it.
I've heard of this.
So yeah, the Brookberg is real.
Oh my god.
In 2nd place, not 2nd place, 4th place, it is instead of meat, I eat veggies and
Percy.
Hey! It is the wonderful Siti Zeni with Eat Your Salad.
As it should be.
In 3rd place, it is Constractor at the Israeli pre-party bringing her own soap and stealing the towels from the hotel.
Yes, iconic.
Not the Constractor moment I would have thought of, to be honest. For me, it was...
Really?
Well,
her shouting, I have a soap, and washing her.
Like nothing to me, but her like feigning obliviousness to the existence of Kate Middleton at the Serbian national final. That's the iconic Constractor moment.
Oh, brilliant. I forgot that one. I loved that bit.
So good. That was the Constractor moment. That was the moment like Constractor elevated from like legend to like icon, god.
Yeah.
Goddess.
To my
deity.
mind. But please continue.
In 2nd place, it is we've actually already mentioned this one. This is Holland. This is Poland.
Yeah, I'm so glad Mika made the list. Yes.
Mika very much did make the list.
Oh, that restores my faith in people. Thank you.
And our 1st place, our meme or moment of the season, it's the Broken Sun.
It's the Broken Sun.
Should have seen that one coming.
Our disappointment was immeasurable and our day was ruined, so we had to solve it by making as many memes as we possibly could. I did spend a long time trying to find the one where someone had taken Anders Bagger's performance of Bigger Than the Universe with his beautiful backdrop and put the sun on top of it.
I remember that.
But I couldn't find it, so I'm very sorry about that. So instead you get the pizza sun.
Maybe I can find it really quickly.
Someone on our 1980 episode, somebody, it was probably Angus, who's still trolling us in the comments as we who said that that brought up the fact that there's a conspiracy theory that Italy like broke the sun on purpose to to like try to kind of get people to stop talking about the absolute chaos that was the last time they hosted. And I mean, I love that. I love the imagination at play there at work. Like truly some interesting leaps going on there. But they could have just done a really good job instead, and we'd all have talked about it. But as it is, we're never going to stop talking about the broken sun, are we?
Yeah.
I am at the point where I am getting a tattoo of the broken sun.
Fucking hell.
I want a tattoo to commemorate my first Eurovision, and my plan is to get a very subtle broken sun.
Oh my god, Rosie, that's amazing. I love that.
I'm at the point where I am planning the design and have a tattoo artist in mind, so this is going to happen. There are so many incredible, like, iconic moments from this year's Eurovision that would also commemorate it. And the fact that you're choosing the broken sun really speaks volumes. I love that. I think it couldn't have happened any other year. I think it is so unique to 2022 as a year.
As a year, it does embody the year, doesn't it? Not just the Eurovision.
It really does. And also I think it makes a very, as a tattoo design, I think it works. Like,
yeah. And it doesn't have to move as a tattoo. So.
And I mean, also, quite frankly, I have very limited tattoo space because I have work where I cannot have visible tattoos, and that work involves not wearing anything. So, yeah, I basically have a tiny bit under my hairline left. So, broken sun it is, essentially.
Oh my god, Venushka nearly got the broken sun painted for ESC themed nails. Yeah, I would regret not doing that. Although I'm curious to know what you did do instead. The sun was in its flop era.
I am trying to remember.
So I am really shocked and disappointed that I'm Famous Singer in Estonia didn't make the cut.
Really, yes.
Truly dismayed. It wasn't, I didn't vote for it. What I voted for was a little bit less hilarious. But to me, that's like, if you want the comedy moment of the season, that's it. And there were a lot of comedy moments.
Yeah.
I'm delighted that Mika made the list. That's definitely up there in my comic moments of the season. I love that you've just written, "This is Holland."
So the image I took from this is from the Lego Eurovision for 2022, where they actually created a Holland graphic.
Amazing.
So I was like, yes, this is what I need to represent this moment.
Brilliant.
I'm
glad to see Veggies and Pussy made it the cut. You know, part of me is surprised it didn't win. Sorry, go on, Yannick.
We were talking about the moment. I am surprised that Laura didn't appear here with her 6th
Porca Vacca. Yeah.
Porca Vacca.
Porca Vacca got a few votes.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah, there were definitely votes for Porca Vacca.
Okay. I'm glad.
I voted for the sun, so
You did? Okay. I know Angus is disappointed that Miss Katie Love didn't make the cut, even though Miss Katie Love was an Una Voce per San Marino moment, our national final season moment. We had our national final awards already. That's Angus is in the chat telling us that. But my moment of the season was I had a lot of moments. Okay, there was so much that was memeable this year. Like, I know there always is, but it's not particularly memeable this year. So like Chanel and Subwoofer learning everybody else's choreo, like the joy, the unbridled joy of watching Chanel like dance with every other artist who had like choreo was great. But seeing Subwoofer like spoof everybody else's choreo, but like really well. I mean, and both seeing, again, got a crush on Keith. Okay, like seeing Keith do the slow-mo choreo was like strangely arousing. But then seeing them spoof Brividi was also like exquisite, because there's so much weird homoerotic tension in Brividi. Like they're like just shoving each other, but it's like affectionate. It's like they love each other, but they're just like so angry about it, but like they're definitely gonna fuck. Like it's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's confusing. I love it so much. I'm surprised generally actually that that Brividi, that Mahmoud and Blanco haven't been more of a presence in any of these categories, quite frankly, because very memorable for many reasons, good and bad. Mostly good, but some bad.
Valeria has a good point. The Blanco entrance to Brividi was just so memorable.
The stomping goblin entrance, I expected to see that. But for me, Stompy Goblin Blanco obviously is iconic, but to me it was Mahmoud's exhausted babysitter, which the second they won Sanremo, it was like literally all of us were like, oh my God, he's just realized his babysitting gig has been extended and he's so tired. He's like not got any sleep. But like just the vibe of that pairing the whole season was gave us so much content, quite frankly.
Also, the Citizen moment that we didn't talk about is the Cornelia and Citizen live stream when they asked her if she prefers meat or pussy. That was also a very good.
That was great.
That was good.
Yeah.
That did get us.
Monica Nugent. Where is Monica Nugent here? Okay.
Oh yeah, that's interesting because I obviously like we were talking about these results like in the Eurosite chat, and Rosie obviously knew how it was going down. We were getting like very, very subtle like hints as to how it was going down. We were obviously all speculating and like talking about it, and a lot of people were saying Monica, surely Monica, just Monica. So to not see her here is interesting. To me, she wasn't a meme or a moment. Well, no, she was. Monica was.
Just
for me, it was Monica. Like Monica deciding she was going to move to Italy was the moment for me. And just really happily telling everybody that she was going to move to Italy forever I just loved that. But it wasn't so much a moment for me. So what I actually voted for was Lauro and Edo kissing. Like beautiful. To me, that was the moment. Like it was I'm feeling emotional thinking about it. So I mean, like it was a historic moment because there's never been a kiss between two men during a performance on the Eurovision stage. Obviously, Damiano snogged Ethan and Thomas like during their victory performance last year, which was huge. That was a huge deal. But Lauro and Edo kissed during their competing performance. Two Italian men kissed on a stage in front of 200 million people. It was huge. And it was also beautifully done. Like it was a very homoerotic moment, even in rehearsal. Like I remember going absolutely just feral over that moment where he just like lifts his chin and it's all in silhouette and it's like, ooh, I'm blushing. But then they amped it up to a kiss in the semi-final. And it was such a moment. I didn't expect necessarily people to like respond to it as much as I did. So I'm not surprised to not see it in this ranking, but that was my number one.
Yeah.
I agree.
Sorry. Gay Kiss during Lithuania 2015.
This time, so you've got the male and female singers kissing each other, and then the two female backing dancers kiss each other, and the two male ones do. But it's much more centered. It's not really emphasized in the same way. I would still say that
was framed, and it was like the shot. But I stand corrected. Then it wasn't the first time we saw two men kissing.
I'd still definitely say that this one had a lot more impact. It was much more centered. It was much more sort of the focus, whereas I think it's like Lithuania 2015. It's like, yeah, look at this diversity, whereas this is two men kissing.
I mean, but also, and there's something else here which I mean, like. I was incorrect. The fact is that the first kiss between two men was Lithuania 2015. So I stand corrected there. I'm humbled, but there is, I agree, Rosie. There's a power to this that was specific, and also it was erotic. And there's something kind of a chaste kiss is great. Like we love to see it, but for me personally, seeing an erotic kiss, like a really like, ooh, goodness me moment, that has a power as well.
Also, just the way that was staged. Oh God,
great.
with the red and the black. Oh, so good. That's everything Secret needed to be. Like that, those colors,
the energy, that like erotic charge. Because Secret is a very erotically charged song.
Yes,
like, it's
and the
literally
dance was
forbidden
so
affair. It's about forbidden sexual affair, you know. So yeah, that charge was missing eventually. It was in the original. Pardon me. It was in the original song. But yeah, whereas Stripper is sort of a nonsense song, really, that's like wonderful. I honestly like think it's lyrically kind of brilliant, even though it's also lyrically completely like bonkers. But
stay tuned for my editorial on Stripper and sex worker representation coming at some point in the next week or so.
I'm so glad you plugged that. I'm really excited for that.
Finally writing the thing I've been meaning to write for like a year.
I mean, the TLDR, I'm guessing, is like the very, very like, you know, TLDR is like Stripper's the best sex worker representation that we've seen at ESC, which is kind of wild. Seeing as it's like, you know, written by not a sex worker. I mean, as far as we know, like not everybody is. I
mean, there's 10 of them writing it as well.
Like the brain is going off on a whole thing, but it's sex work positive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is great to see, and it's also gender non-conformity positive. Like, it's a gender fucky song, so it's great fun for me to see. Is like, you know, kind of a very thirsty genderqueer. A very thirsty genderqueer bisexual. It's like seeing something like Stripper and the way it was staged, because it could have been staged in a way that was more suggestive rather than out and out erotic. And no, he really leaned into the erotic. And I'm not surprised, because Lauro does that. Someone in the chat, I can't remember who was, said that they like had their like Lauro awakening when he wore the bodysuit at San
That was Luis.
Yes.
Yep. Valid. Absolutely. I mean, there have been many, I think, Sanremo Lauro awakenings, very many diverse. But the thing is, he and Edo, his guitarist, like have a particular chemistry themselves. Like, it's not unusual for them to kiss on stage. It's like actually like a whole thing. If you ever fancy like going into it, like there are montages. Like, they really, really enjoy like the chemistry that they have. It's very like, they're very playful with it. I mean, I think Edo literally like wears like a homo necklace. Sometimes he's not, he's straight apparently, but we love a little bit of kind of, you know, we're not just fucking with gender, we're fucking with sexuality a little bit. I love seeing that because it represents me. I know it doesn't necessarily represent everybody, but it represents me. So I just fucking love to see it. And it's not just that it's fun to see, it's that it's so refreshing to see on such a huge platform. Because for all that people are like, oh, Eurovision's for the gays, like Eurovision is broadcast to a lot of countries where actually like queer liberation, queer rights are like not super. I mean, fuck, even in the UK, queer rights are like under threat all the time. So it's still incredibly powerful when like people just go on a stage in front of like the whole of like Europe and other parts of the world and just like do gay shit. It's really powerful. It's really
Be
powerful.
gay, do crimes.
Be gay, do crimes. Yes, it's like Laura, you know, through and through is make be gay, do crimes. And he did.
I just want to shout out to Angus because I forgot about this moment, but Steen saying that Ronera showed her punani during the rehearsals, that was also a very great shout out for me moment of our Eurovision. And overall, I just, yes, you didn't see that video. So it was Steen. She was being interviewed. She was eating spaghetti, and she was like, I don't know why everyone is glad that my girl Ronella showed her punani on stage. It was so good. I will find this and I will send it to you. Yeah.
That's like very funny to me because Stina's a baby. I mean, she's a grown woman, but she's 21, isn't she? It's like,
Yeah. She's my age, about my age.
pardon me?
Steen is a very interesting person. Her backstory is very, very interesting, and I'm very happy that she managed to overcome it. Yeah. I just wanted to. We were talking about Lithuania 2015 because I just remembered that who wrote this time by the entry for 2015.
I feel like didn't Monica Liu write it?
Yeah, it was Monica Liu. And one of the backing vocalists was representing Lithuania in 2018, 17, Run with the Lions.
Oh, that 2019.
2019. I'm sorry. Yeah,
the song that I've seen a couple of people on Reddit, maybe even just one person on Reddit, say is about chemsex, and I'm like, that's a bold claim to make.
That's very important.
That's very bold.
It makes me much more interested in the song, much more intrigued by the song if it really is about chemsex. But that is alleged. I mean, that's
and
Reddit said that one time, which is really stayed with me.
I want to see this post now because I'm curious.
I'm sure there's a lot where I'm like, I think I might have dreamt that, but I'm certain that I didn't dream this.
I'm now about to go on to our Eurovision and type chemsex in the search bar.
Rosie, can you send me the results? Because I'm quite interested.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Orion saying, Orion, I appreciate you. Also a little surprised Sarah Diop didn't make an appearance in the top 5, considering how much of a grip make you say that on Eurovision Twitter. Thank you for saying it.
Even it was Lithuania 2019. It's Run with the Lions by Jurijus Veklenko. I don't remember his surname. He's now fighting in Ukraine because he has Ukrainian roots and he decided to fight.
Lithuania 2019.
I found someone saying it.
I enjoyed that song.
Justified it.
I did before. I'm just going to say that. I'm so sorry. The chat is like block caps. What? Which entry? Question mark. I have no words, Angus says. Laughing my ass off. Nar, says Fefi. Listen, I just read the comment and relayed it to you verbatim.
Yeah, I found a comment that says it's about chemsex, but it doesn't explain why they think it's about
explanation.
Chemsex.
Just that one. Which, I mean, great. I love that. Hey, you can have chemsex and be straight, Ewan.
True.
It's possible. I feel like we're in some really weird territory here. Orion says, Orion, I love that you're not letting this go. Literally every internal selection leak plays make you
Isabel, I found the video scene I was sent in the
okay. I thought when you said I found the video, my head was still in Rosie's internet search, so I was like, you thank you, yes, send me the video. I mean, I believe you, like you relating the story is Steen is fascinating, isn't she?
Yeah.
I hope that we see her. I hope we see her again. I honestly do. Like, I think that
her
the fact that she came to Eurovision with De Diepte of all the things she could have come with, like, it's not her wheelhouse. There's so much else in her wheelhouse, and I love De Diepte. I think it's a really gorgeous song, but there's so much else she could have brought. So I just hope we see. I hope we see her again.
I'm with you.
I literally went, I will not elaborate with that comment. They did. They just dropped it and ran. They were just like, I heard it's about chemsex, and then just never to be heard of it.
I mean, they posted and ran with the Lions. Sugar, so
people have asked, wait, can you elaborate? And they just didn't, did they?
No, not at all. Literally just there.
Cool. Angus, I agree. Her collab work is very great. I still hope that she will make Frukje go to Eurovision, despite what she said. I really want to see Frukje in Eurovision. She has become one of my all-time favorite artists nowadays. I really hope she will just do it.
I've not actually listened to any Frugia, but I've heard a lot of good people who I
Please.
trust say very
Oh,
good things about her music. So
she's
I'm
amazing.
I'm interested. I should probably listen to some.
Yeah,
Ewan
my
says
favorite
Run with the
is
Lions is on my commute playlist, and now I'm never going to be able to not think about Kemsec. Welcome to the fold.
Baby,
I mean, same. I couldn't keep it to myself because that's exactly where I am. I'm like, oh, I now can never not think of
Yeah.
chemsex. I mean, it doesn't even matter whether it's not about chemsex. It's like now canonically in my mind about chemsex.
Yeah. Rosie, I can suggest to start. You can start with Equidancen. It's her solo work, and she has a song with Steen that's very popular. It's Sondergesicht or something like that. I don't know Dutch. I know what is German, but I don't know Dutch. Sondergesicht. I think it's Grotter than Ich also. Very good introduction to Fruki. Yeah.
I will be
I love
looking these
her.
up.
Yeah.
I think part of us, I mean, it's only part of the reason, I don't want to dwell on it because I know I can be a real downer, but I think part of the reason Stephanie are doing so well, kind of like, I don't know, rubbed me up the wrong way so much, that there were so many good rappers in this year's Eurovision, and either like Mahmoud and Steen, they just chose not to bring rap to Eurovision this year, or in the case of Malik, they got paid dust, like, and then for Stephanie to do so well with, like, to me, what is to me, and listen, it's partly taste, but like I grew up on jazz rap, like, and then obviously 90s hip hop, like rap has a really dear place in my heart as like a medium to communicate lyrics. Like, it really hurts my spirit when like rap is poorly delivered. So that I think really is part of why I feel so vehemently disappointed in Stephanie. I think is that it's just such a poorly delivered rap to me. When it's galling, because like when I heard that Mahmoud was coming back to Eurovision, I was like, yes, because I love rap in Eurovision when it's done well. And like when I heard that Steen was the pick before we had the song, I was like, yes, more rap. And I thought this was the Måneskin, this is like, it was like part of the Måneskin effect, because I think like people literally forget that like a huge chunk of Ditia Buoni is rapped. Like, it's speed rap. It's a really good, it's like such a well delivered speed rap, and it's like part of why it did so well, I'm certain, is because of the absolute just the vibes of Damiano's delivery of that rap. So I was really excited when I heard that like literally two incredible rappers were coming to Eurovision. And then, I mean, I didn't know Malik Harris beforehand, but then like discovering through
Blanco is a rapper too.
Sorry, who?
Blanco is a rapper too. He has a lot of rap in his
well, I mean,
songs.
I didn't know Blanco before. I didn't know Blanco.
I know, but I'm just showing that Blanco is also a rapper.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the only rap on Brividi is Blanco. You know, Mahmoud doesn't rap on it. But I mean,
Brividi. Okay, I just want to say that overall Brividi was a song that we weren't expecting from Mahmoud and Blanco, knowing their discography, because their sounds are very characteristic to each other. Like Mahmoud has a lot of I don't want to say because it's wrong, but it has a lot of Middle East sounds.
North African. Like
North African.
He describes his influence as Moroccan pop. He's not Moroccan. He's Egyptian, isn't he? But he describes the influence as Moroccan pop.
Blanco's has like a mix of pop, a bit of rock in his music, and he has rap. So them coming for a ballad is a very interesting choice. But
I expected that they would deliver something with rap in it. Like, I didn't know what genre it would be, but like I really expected it to have a kind of a stronger rap element. There's a little bit of a rap element, but it's very subdued. I'm sure there are some people who would actually argue that I mean, Blanco does rap in it, but it's like it's a very subdued kind of rap, and it was a surprise to me that Mahmoud doesn't, because Mahmoud is, I think, possibly definitely one of the best rappers we've ever seen at Eurovision. Like Soldi is that rap. It lives in my brain, like it lives in all of our brains, doesn't it? It's such a good rap. So that it was a surprise to me. I'm glad they did it, because actually that kind of soft homoerotic moment that's a love song, that's a ballad between these two Italian men, that actually I think was more powerful in a way than anything else they could have done. It's a shame that the performance, the grand final performance, wasn't flawless the way that their Sanremo performance was flawless. But I just want to, Angus is saying Malik is really talented, but I feel he's still finding his own delivery. He does a great approximation of Eminem. He doesn't. The thing is that he comes from, his roots are in Detroit, and Eminem is also a Detroit rapper. So that's the Detroit style. Eminem is the famous rapper from Detroit. So that's why we hear Malik and we hear Eminem, but it's not from Eminem. It's the Detroit style, which is why that it's kind of why that track works to me. It's like, for me personally, I love hearing someone kind of go to their roots. And, you know, Malik's roots are in Detroit and he's a rapper. He raps in a Detroit style. It's like, oh, that's actually really fun. Yes, we do. Those of us who grew up in the 90s, particularly, we do associate it with Eminem really strongly. But it's fun to hear it at Eurovision because it's so specific. It's Detroit. It's the Detroit style.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to come back to Brividi a bit because I didn't finish. For me, when Sanremo was happening, I loved Brividi. I thought it was splendid. I thought it was amazing. But something happened between Sanremo and Eurovision that just I was listening to Brividi and I just stopped feeling anything for it. And when it comes to the live performance, I was like, there are better songs than this. And I understand why people still very, very love Brividi. And it has a very important meaning and lyrics. And I think the melody is very, very clever. But something just stopped for me. And I really miss what I felt during the Sanremo. I don't know, maybe because the Sanremo stage is so small that the Eurovision stage was just too big for it. The same happened with Cornelia when it happened to them. Just the Home Closer performance was just not fitted to the real stage. Of course, Cornelia just the delegation just worked with what happened, but the Brividi staging just missed something that what was happening during Sanremo. I think the big staging was one of the reasons. Of course, them being tired, I don't know why they chose to go to Eurovision knowing they were doing tours for months before the Eurovision happened. Like Blanco missed most of his rehearsals because of him being on a tour. Mahmoud was tired during the rehearsals. I just don't know why they decided to do it. I know experience. I know they loved doing it, and just the experience of being in Eurovision. Mahmoud going back because and second time, Blanco's first time, but I don't know. I think something just stopped.
The fact that they were representing the host nation, I think probably allowed them to do that, because I think that they probably wouldn't have been able to have their tour schedule as it was and also do Eurovision and be kind of allowed to represent I don't think it would have been, I don't think they would have felt comfortable doing that. I wouldn't, but I think the fact that it was the host nation, that the pressure to win is off, and they were very vocal about, they just wanted to give a good performance. They actually really didn't want to win. They didn't say they didn't want to win, but it was quite obvious from the way they answered questions about what they were hoping for. They were like, we just want to give a good performance. It was between the lines, and ideally not win. I don't think they were going for the win, and obviously winning Sanremo is the trophy for them already. But I think if they hadn't been the host nation, then maybe that would have been more questionable. The fact that they were the host nation, I think, allowed them to kind of make that decision. That, but I think that was still kind of a poor decision, or at least it was either the tour schedule was too tough, something didn't go well, or they weren't taking good care enough of themselves, because they shouldn't have been as tired as they were vocally. And obviously that it's a gamble when you're doing something tired, but it didn't pay off in the end. I think, I mean, I've heard people say that they were both off in the grand final. I disagree. I think Mahmoud was perfect. Like, I honestly, wasn't his best performance, but I thought he was just fine. Blanco was so off. Like, the first half of the song was just so off, and it was a real shame. But I don't know.
Is that the family show that happened earlier that day, they were perfect. That performance from Venera was at the family show. She said they were perfect during this performance. So I have no idea what happened during that grand final.
Yeah, I was at the jury show, and it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't what we got on the live show. It was definitely a stronger performance.
That said, do you remember the rehearsal that Mahmoud did on his own? And he sounded wrecked. He sounded wrecked. Yeah. I was like, oh no, that's not like, that's bad. He sounded exhausted. And like, for someone who's so obviously such an accomplished vocalist, like, he normally makes it singing sound very easy. The fact that he sounded like he was really strained was like, that's
boring.
That's he's obviously he's either exhausted or ill, or both, you know. So, I mean, it ended up being a performance that was like, this is they're tired, they're really tired, which is it's a shame, because it would have been nice for them to, you know, go out on a bang and to like at least give the Eurovision audience the same thing that we got from you know, from Sanremo. Vanushka makes a good point. They had shows rescheduled before COVID, and I guess they didn't want to postpone them again. Yeah, that's a really great point. I think, like, I can understand why they wanted to fulfill their tour commitments, because by that point, this time last summer, things had already been postponed for a year by and large. So like, a lot of people who were touring in the summer of 2021, that those weren't the original scheduled dates anyway. They'd probably been postponed once, if not twice already. So I do understand them wanting to fulfill commitments. I just think it's a shame that they weren't able to sufficiently rest and or sufficiently look after themselves to then give, because you don't, like, it's a gamble. The more tired you are, Rosie, you know this as a singer, I'm sure, the more tired as an actor, the more tired you are, the more likely it is that something will go wrong for you vocally. You know, the stuff that you normally lean on, fall back on, your technique will waver. It's the same as an actor. It's just more likely that something will go wrong, but it can go fine, you know. And it just, you know, it didn't quite go fine. You know, it could have been a lot worse too. Like, watching that grand final performance back, it's a bit painful to hear Blanco the first half of that song, but like, it's not all bad. And I'm not saying I'm right, but I disagree with your point, Yannick, about the staging. I actually still really enjoyed this. I do see what you mean, and I do think that it was better at Sanremo because it's already a more intimate, and it's a less, like, it's a very vast space, and then on top of that, it was almost all black with just the sparkling lights, and I loved the sparkling little lights, like diamonds, like the diamonds in the lyrics. But I do understand that it kind of sucks a bit of energy, or has the potential to suck energy out of the performance. So I can see why that might have been, you know, a downside for some people. I still did like the staging of it. Yeah, it was a shame that it wasn't their best performance. It would have been really nice if it had been.
And was reminding us about the Calvin Klein ad. I forgot about this.
About the what now?
So during the rehearsals for Brividi, Blanco was in New York doing an advertisement for Calvin Klein. He was going around to Brooklyn with just his underwear.
Peak Chaos Goblin behavior. Angus is also saying that it brought back all the Flow Rider bikini contests for a few days. That's right. Flow Rider was like famously like not able to make some of the rehearsals because he was judging a bikini contest in Miami or something.
I think so, yeah.
Maybe misremembering the details there, but
Those were the days.
Yeah.
That rap, speaking of rap at Eurovision, is a great example of how you can deliver nonsense lyrics, like terrible, terrible lyrics, with such conviction and gusto that it sounds good. Like Flo Rida's rap on Adrenalina, I really enjoy. To the point that it really took me like many months to realize how absurd the lyrics are. Like, they're so silly and I love them. I think they're iconic.
Can't blame it on the stove.
Wow, can't blame it on the
coming
stove.
down the pole.
911, yeah. Stop. I'm sorry. Gasoline, kerosene, stop, drop, roll. So incredible. Like whoever wrote that, just have an award, have all the awards, like the guts that it takes to be like, yeah, we're going to perform people. Gasoline, kerosene, stop, drop, roll.
Also, the chat is remembering Jenny B.
Jenny B.
You on Twitter. Don't be sad. Don't be bitter. Don't give up and be a quitter.
I don't know what that refers to.
It's San Marino 2018.
Damn.
That's a year for
Who we are and who we are.
Yeah. Speaking of San Marino lyrics, 2014, the Valentina song from 2014.
No, never speak of that.
No, I'm sorry.
No, because
2012. 2014
was her good era.
Yeah, 2012, the antisocial song. Yes. Overall, 2012 had a lot of weird songs with things like Latvia 2012, the beautiful songs on the radio, is on the TV show. That goes on and on.
Angus loves the little robots, if I'm remembering correctly. So, sorry, we're thinking of San Marino 2018. Did you say the one that I deliberately erased from my brain? But I feel like I recall Angus saying that he actually loves it.
This is one of my all-time favorite reaction images.
For the benefit of the listeners, Rosie's holding up a little photo of one of the little robots holding a sign saying, "What the fuck?"
It's got so many good uses.
It does.
It's one of my most used reaction images.
Whenever I am beautiful song apologist and I won't elaborate why.
There are some spicy and intriguing opinions in the chat right now. I mean, it's very split. Opinion on beautiful song, very split. Ewan says it's the best piece of satire. Venushka says, please.
Lewis has gone to bed, but as the resident Latvia stan, I should ask him about what he thinks about beautiful song.
Lewis being a Latvian.
Did we have an episode about Latvia and Eurovision? I think Latvia in Eurovision deserves their own iceberg as well.
Yeah, it does actually. I think that's correct. I've said it before, the Balkans are chaos at Eurovision. There's always, you can always count on at least one of the Balkans to bring chaos. Like, they might not all be bringing chaos, but one of them will always bring chaos. And it's so often Latvia.
Yes.
They can bring either a very amazing songs or just memes.
What are the amazing songs?
Aminata.
Yes, true.
Aminata.
Yeah.
Youth 2016 also is one of my favorites from Latvia.
Ewan is referring to the Riga beaver.
Riga beaver is my spirit animal. I pray to Riga beaver every day. It's my my mascot of it's my spirit angel. I am in love with Riga beaver. I remember when they got rid of him, I was devastated for the whole next season when they got rid of him.
I'm just excited to see Lithuania like stepping gently away from its chaos era and into its chaotic good era. I guess it's still kind of chaotic, but it's like it's moved from like, oh my god, make it stop, to like chaos. Okay.
Angus, I would agree with you, but Aminata wrote Still Breathing, and I have no good...
Still Breathing was
things about-
chaos,
It was chaos.
as was The
Yeah.
Moon is Rising, quite frankly. And
I
I
really like Moon is Rising, but I don't like Still Breathing.
What that actually is a real what the fuck moment.
I'm not going to say I dislike either of those songs, though I do think they were deeply chaotic.
Yeah. Especially Still Breathing, the memes that happened with Still Breathing, the earthquake that Samantha Tina, she predicted Ochman staging this year.
The chaos in the chat right now. Venushka says, I hope Lithuania wins ESC this decade. Same.
Yes.
Ewan says, Lithuania should have won in its chaos era. Ewan.
I'm really excited for Lithuania because
2022 was robbed. Stop. Get out.
Yeah.
Mods.
Their
Ban.
NF for Lithuania changed a lot, and they have a lot of songs in the that are amazing, especially 2020 Monica with Make Me Human. I thought I personally prefer it over On Fire. Gebrasi, where do you want to go? I can talk hours about the song. That song should have gone to the drawer and waited a year. This was supposed to be his entry this year, not Gebrasi's.
I don't understand. I don't understand Gebrasi enthusiasm. I really don't understand it. I just don't get it. But I have to say I had such a good time covering the Lithuanian national final this year. I'm like low key upper random stan now. I'm definitely going to be tuning in, if not covering it next year, or this coming year, I should say. There was so much good quality in that final. Like Monica wasn't even like in my top 3. I really do like Sentimental grew on me a lot, but yeah, wasn't even in my top 3 from Pabandom this year.
Yeah, my winner I think this year was what's her name, Rutalup.
Oh God, I loved Rootaloo, Call Me From the Cold.
Yeah.
But actually the enduring like that was my favorite at the time, but my enduring favorite is Lolita Zero.
I still don't
that's
like this song.
It's so good. I kind of, part of me is glad that Monica got to Eurovision, because hearing Lithuanian again at Eurovision like makes me think that we might get more Lithuanian at Eurovision. Like I support that, and also because she was flawless. Like it has already been said, her performances were so consistent, and like she just ended up giving a flawless performance, both in the semis and the grand final. But part of me is still gutted that Lolita Zero didn't win it, and Lolita Zero came second. We almost got a Lolita Zero for Lithuania in Eurovision, which would have been so iconic. Part of me is gutted that we didn't get Lolita Zero, because I think that musically it would have been really exciting to see something that kind of techno adjacent at Eurovision again, because we haven't seen that since Hattari in 2019, and it's a really different kind of techno to what Hattari brought as well. So.
Angus in the chat says Lithuania 2019 winning, then getting disqualified for being about chemsex.
What have I done? I've created a monster. Angus also says there's a universe where we got that washing machine song at Eurovision this year, which would have been a moment. That would have been the Lithuania that we know and love. Queens of Roses Washing Machine was kind of just so iconically terrible lyrically, but they were so delightful. They were basically like, it was pretty much like Hurricane, but like I don't know, like Cut Price Hurricane. But they were lovely. They were really lovely. It's just the lyrics to Washing Machine are quite something. You're talking like a washing machine. Like, what an incredible nonsense word. Brilliant. What a remarkable insult.
With all of that, it's midnight. I have work tomorrow. It is 1:30 where
1:30.
Yannick is. I'm going to ask for final comments.
Just thank you everybody who's been here, like with us, like whether it's you've been here the whole time or like have come in halfway through. I appreciate you. The chat has been really fun to follow.
Yeah, and I can see that
Rosie,
in the future. Yeah, I can see that in the future, Isabel and I won't be paired together because we talk too much.
Yannick, that happens with everybody I get put with. Like, I'm sure that Angus will promise in the future I won't be put with Angus because we talk too much. It's just this seems to be an Isabel problem, not a Yannick problem.
Amazing. I would love to thank the incredible Yannick and Isabel for the last 4.5 hours of their lives. And all of their
Rosie said
opinions and thoughts and everything. I would love to thank everybody who has joined us on tonight's live stream. Thank you all so much. I would love to thank everybody on the team at That Euro site for all of your incredible support throughout our awards this season. And I'd like to thank all of you who voted. Thank you so much. Almost 900 of you. Wow, honestly, this has been so much fun. And thank you so much for all of your opinions and for sharing all of your thoughts with us. It has been so much fun, and it's been such a lovely way to round out this Eurovision year. We will be bringing in the new year next week. So get ready for loads and loads of new content from us. Get ready for continual chaos, new memes, new moments, new songs, new artists to fall in love with. I'm so excited. Just to do the final ending spiel for this, please do follow us on all of our social media. We are on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at That Euro site. Check out our articles on thateurovisionsite.com. We've got some really awesome stuff coming up. I'm writing an awesome editorial, and I fully expect everyone to read it because it is me combining two things I am deeply passionate about. And we also have amazing content coming from creators old and new. Subscribe to That Eurovision podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. I'm not sure if there's anything else I need to add. So I think it's a case of saying goodbye, good night, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much. It has been so much fun, and we will see you very, very soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night.